If you are on the field crew, please meet at the question box. It would be referees, FTAs, score trackers, any viewers, anybody around the competition field, meet at the question box.
All right, testing 1, 2. All right, we are here for the first league meet here in the Coral League. Is everybody excited? Yeah, there we go. This is our very first league meet of the season. I know we did have a scrimmage last week, but those matches do not count in the long term. That was just a great day for letting teams get some practice in. So today, these are when matches are happening that are going to count towards the league tournament ranking all the way out in January. So it's going to be quite a while before we get to that, but for today, we're going to run a lot of great matches. We're going to see some great scores and have a lot of fun. Actually, league tournament is February 1st, so right after January is when we'll have league tournament. My apologies. Let's go ahead and announce the teams for our very first official match of the season. We'll go ahead and start with the Red Alliance, where we have Team 21718, the Unga Bunga Bongos. And their alliance partner is Team 24438, Create the Future. Their opponents on the Blue Alliance are teams 22189, Fire. And last but not least, the rookies 25957, the Quantum Igniters. Our wonderful field volunteers are helping all of our teams get set up for the match. Teams have to initialize either an autonomous or a teleop mode before the match begins. All right, looks like we're all set. Red Alliance. All right, looks like we're fixing one last minute thing here. Just want to make sure all the teams are set. That way they can do their best on the playing field and get some really high scores for this first match. If you're new to FTC, you might be wondering why there's so many people standing in the driver's boxes. That is because each team can have up to 2 drivers for their robots, in addition to a coach and a human player. However, there can only be 1 human player for the entire alliance. Our Red Alliance teams are currently deciding who to use as a human player. There's a lot of strategy that goes into these games, so figuring out the best possible strategy is a great way to maximize points. When teams work with their alliance partners well together, it makes it a lot more fun, and it usually results in better success for the team on the field. All right, looks like our teams are set now. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? All right, then let's begin the first match of the season in 3, 2, 1, go. I see 3 of our robots moving out autonomous. Looks like Fire going for one on the high chamber. They've paused there for a second. It's really close to being on there. We'll have to see if they move and let go of that specimen. Their partners, the Quantum Igniters, have parked in the observation zone. That'll net them 3 points. Those could be huge later on in the match if this is a close one. Looks like we got 5 seconds left in auto. Looks like all of our robots are done moving, so unfortunately Fire is not going to get those specimen points.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All the drivers have now picked up their controllers and have taken manual control of their robots. What you saw before was pre-programmed instructions where no driver inputs were used. Everything had to be programmed ahead of time. Looks like all of our robots are instantly going for the samples that are sitting out around the field. All of the game elements this year are called samples, regardless of whether they're yellow, red, or blue. But if they attach one of those black clips to a sample, then it becomes what's called a specimen and can be scored on those blue and red bars on the sides of that center structure, which is called the submersible. As you can all see, Fire has already scored one on that high chamber on the blue side of the submersible. And their partners, the Quantum Igniters, have scored one in the high basket in the back corner of the field. The Red Alliance is trying not to be outdone, though. Looks like the Unga Bunga Bongos have got one in the low basket, which is going to net them a decent amount of points. 4 points to be exact. The Quantum Igniters back on the blue side of the field are going for one in the high basket. They've got another. Each one of those is worth 8 points, so the quicker you can do those, they add up throughout the match. Looks like their partner Fire is going through a second specimen on that high chamber. They're trying to line it up, getting their lift to just the right height to get it on. Looks like they might go back and try to grab a different one, though. They don't like the one they have right now. Meanwhile, back on red, we've got Create the Future. They've sucked a yellow sample in. They're trying to get into that low basket for 4 points. And we have entered the end game. Teams can continue scoring samples and specimens just like before, but now they also have the option to hang from those silver bars on the front and back of the field. If they're able to reach that first level, they could get 15 points. Quantum Igniters getting even more points by putting samples into that high basket. We've got one team up on that high bar. 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. That is time. Controllers down. Let's get a big round of applause for our teams in the first match of the season. Saw quite a bit of scoring in that match for our first official match of the season. We had samples in both the high baskets and the low baskets. We had specimens scored on the high chamber. We even saw 24438 hanging from that first bar. Although that's the first bar you see, that is called a level 2 ascent. A level 1 ascent is just touching the silver bar, which is what the Quantum Igniters at the back of the field are doing. A level 2 ascent is hanging from that first silver bar. And a very difficult level 3 ascent is hanging from that topmost bar. You also have to be entirely above the second bar for that to count. And you cannot directly go to the highest bar from the ground. You must go to the first bar and then the second. It's a very difficult task, but I'll be thrilled if we see any teams do it today or later in the season. What I'm hearing from our wonderful referees is that there was some debate over whether 24438's robot was supported by their alliance partner at the end of the match. I don't know how that'll affect the scores, but that is something that we have to be considerate of, is whether a robot is entirely supported by the ground or supported by another robot that could be underneath it. I think we're getting close to finalizing the scores here, just making sure everything's in our system properly. We've got a great team of volunteers that do very hard work to make sure everything gets done properly. So we really appreciate what they do for us. All right, scores are ready to post. Turn your directions to the scoreboards. Looks like this match is going to end up going to Blue Alliance with a very high score of 88-13. Great match for our very first match of the season. Blue Alliance takes that match. Great job to both of our alliances. All right, while we are finalizing the scores for that match, our teams over here on Field 2 and Qualification Match 2, we're getting all set up. So let's quickly introduce them. We'll start off on the Red Alliance, where we have Team 10435, the Circuit Breakers. And their alliance partner is Team 14568, Norwalk Robo Warriors Gold. On our Blue Alliance, their opponents are Team 9974, Thor. And their alliance partner, Team 18397, Aztecs. All right, looks like both of our alliances are ready. Our volunteers are ready. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Scorekeepers ready. All right, then let's begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go. Interesting tidbit of information here is that all 4 of these teams have attended the World Championship at some point in their team's history. So we've got some very talented and experienced teams here. I'm excited to see what they can do. Circuit Breakers has already done a lot in auto. They've placed 1 on the high chamber and placed 1 in the high basket. Now, although those tasks aren't worth extra points in auto, the points they're earning right now will count again in teleop. So that's going to give them some serious points. Looks like Thor has also placed a sample in the net zone.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
There at the end of auto, looks like the Norwalk Robo Warriors also were able to park in the observation zone. That's worth 3 points. Red Alliance has a big lead right now, 58-4. Norwalk Robo Warriors Gold going for their Alliance's 3rd sample in that high basket. Looks like they've got it. They're making very quick work of those samples that are sitting out on the field. Meanwhile, the Circuit Breakers, they've been shoving those red samples at the back of the field into the observation zone. And looks like Thor for the Blue Alliance has scored some points. They've gotten 1 in the high basket. They've got a very unique robot. Although we see a lot of teams using Mechanim wheels that have rollers on them, they use a very unique design that's called a swerve drive, where each wheel can independently rotate. It can be a lot harder to program and drive, but from what I've heard, it can get them a lot more traction and speed when done properly. Their partner, the Aztecs, over on Blue, has gotten 1 specimen on the high chamber and just got a 2nd one as we speak. They're going for a 3rd already, so it's looking pretty good for the Blue Alliance right now. However, Red is definitely trying to do a lot to stay ahead in this match. Norwalk Robo Warriors Gold drops 1 into the net zone. Looks like it might have just bounced out. I can't tell from back here. The Circuit Breakers might be having some issues right now, but Red Alliance is still ahead in this match, although only by 2 points. It's going to come down to the wire. Aztecs is getting a 4th specimen onto that high chamber. A very impressive feat. Thor is reaching into the submersible. That's the first time as we enter the end game. Currently still a very close match. Thor's trying to grab some more out of the submersible, as is their partner, the Aztecs. Those points that they get at the last minute here might be crucial. Aztecs looks like they might be going for another specimen. Thor might be going for another one in the high basket. Don't know if they'll get it. They got 1 in the net zone instead. Looks like our teams are getting ready to park. 3, 2, 1. That is time. A lot of scoring on both sides in that match. Let's give these teams another big round of applause. Looks like we have 4 specimens on each of the high chambers. Then there's 4 samples in the blue high basket, and I believe there's at least 2 or 3 in that red high basket as well. This is a tight match, but auto might be the difference maker here. All right, our scores are in. Let's take a look at who won that close match. Had high scores on both alliances. I'm excited to see how it plays out. Looks like it's going to end up going to red. Red Alliance wins wins with a score of 101 to 79. Auto is definitely what made the difference there. Both alliances very high scoring in teleop. Blue actually had the edge, but Auto made the difference. I'm excited to see what all four of these teams are capable of throughout the rest of the day. All right, our teams have already been setting up for qualification match 3. Looks like they're making a few last-minute adjustments, but while they do that, we're going to go ahead and introduce them. Starting on the Red Alliance, we have Team 6147 Nubotics. Come on, let's give them a round of applause. Let's cheer them on. And then their partner is Team 22187 Air. Then on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 4443, the Sock Monkeys. And last, but definitely not least, is Team 18527, the PCM Alchemists. Like all four of our teams are very close to getting ready for this match, making a few last-minute adjustments, making sure their robots are set up exactly how they want. Teams this year have the option of preloading one specimen or one sample into their robot. And just a reminder that a specimen is just a sample that has a clip attached to it. Right, looks like we're done getting set up. Red Alliance, are you ready? Let's go. Blue Alliance, are you ready? Awesome. We love to hear that. Scorekeeper is also ready. So let's begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go. I see one of our robots moving autonomous. Looks like that's Air getting one on the high chamber. That's going to be worth 10 points plus another 10 in teleop unless they knock it off. Looks like they've stopped moving for now. Their partner, Nubotics, looks like they might have gotten moved there a little bit, but I think that was just their partner running into them. Got just a few seconds left in auto. Teams can program delays into their program to make it run later, but it looks like these teams are just content not to run for today.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, all four teams are moving now in teleop, which is what we love to see. We want all of our robots to be fully operational out on the playing field. I see a lot of scoring attempts going on already. It looks like the closest to scoring is the Sock Monkeys at the back of the field. They've got one in that low basket. That's 4 points right there for them. Their partner, the PCM Alchemists, looks like they've also got a sample in their possession. They might be going for that basket as well. Looks like Air is at the front of the field on the right side there trying to pick up a sample that's right against the wall. They've got it in their grasp. Looks like they're going to go over to the low basket with it. They got it. That's another 4 points for Red. Nubotics is content to keep pushing those samples into the observation zone there at the back right corner of the field. Although those aren't worth points, the human player can pick them up and attach clips to them, which can then be scored later on in the chambers. Looks like Air was trying to score one there in the low basket and it went out of the field. It's not a penalty, but unfortunately now they won't be able to score that one. The PCM Alchemists over on the blue side have been making quick work of the samples that are laying around the field. They've already grabbed 3 of them and put them in the net zone, which is the taped off area underneath the baskets. Although that's worth less points, since they're very quick at it, they're still able to get a lot of points by doing that task. Sock Monkeys are still trying to pick up a specimen at the front of the field. If they could get that in their grasp, that would get them a lot of points that could be crucial in winning this match as we enter the end game. That buzzer officially means 30 seconds left. These teams are going to have to make some last-minute scoring efforts to give them the edge in this match. They also have the option of hanging on those bars. And hanging from the first bar is worth 15 points, and that high bar is worth 30, so that could easily make a difference. Looks like we've got 2 teams going for it. We've got 22187 Air up off the ground. 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Controllers down. Since air is entirely supported only by that first bar and clearly not touching the ground, that's going to get them 15 points. All of our other robots are currently earning 3 points, either by being parked in the observation zones or by just touching the first bar. And for anyone that wants to know more about this year's game or is curious about how specific aspects of it work, we have some of these game sheets that Miss Angie is holding over there. She's going to be putting those around the corner near where the edge of the bleachers is. So if you want more details on the game, you want to learn a little more, go ahead and grab one of these. It's going to be super helpful. All right, our referees have told the teams to pick up their robots. We should be getting a score any second now. There we go. Looks like this match is going to end up going towards our Red Alliance. Once again, Red Alliance wins with a score of 54-18. A very well-balanced match. They scored 10 points in auto, 15 from ascending in endgame, and 29 in teleop. Very well-balanced match. Our teams for qualification match 4 are already set up. Just as a reminder, we will be doing our lunch break after match 5. So we only have 2 matches left to run. So in case you're getting hungry, you don't have to wait long. Just stay for these last couple matches, and then we'll all be able to go get some food. And our lunch break is 45 minutes, as I'm told. So that should give teams plenty of time to get some food in them before they come back out to the playing field. It can be tempting not to eat sometimes and work on the robot, but please, eat something, get some water. We don't want anyone passing out because it's a lot more fun at these events when everyone's being able to compete to the best of their ability. All right, let's go ahead and introduce our teams for this match. We'll start with red, as usual, where at the front of the field we have team 13085 Bionic Dutch. Let's give them a round of applause. We want cheers for all of these teams. And give it up for their alliance partner, team 16736, the Atomic Narwhals. Then, on the blue alliance, at the back of the field, we have team 12783, Norwalk Robo Warriors, purple. And their alliance partner is team 26192, Heat Waves. Looks like our field crew is just discussing some things with the Red Alliance, making sure all of our robots are within the rules. There is a fairly strict set of rules that all of these teams have to follow. There's certain parts that they can't use, and they have to follow a lot of other specific rules, such as starting within an 18 by 18 by 18 inch cube. They can expand after the match starts, but they must start within those bounds. There's also a new rule this year that prevents teams from extending more than 42 inches in a single direction. Another rule that teams must follow is how many of the samples and specimens they can pick up. You might be thinking that it's a really good idea, since all those samples are just clumped in the middle, to grab a ton of them at once and dump them in the baskets. And I think we'd see a lot of teams doing that if it wasn't for the competition manual, which states that you can only have one at a time. So although this makes teams score a little slower, it leads to a lot more strategy in how they want to approach picking up those samples and specimens and scoring them. All right, looks like our teams are ready now, which we love to see. Red Alliance, are you ready? A lot of enthusiasm. Blue Alliance, are you ready? We've got a lot of enthusiasm in this match. I want to hear it from you too, audience. Score trackers, are you ready? Then let's begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go. I see a lot of motion on the field already. Looks like we've got 2 robots making scoring attempts. The Narwhals tried to get one on the high chamber, and Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple has one in the high basket. That's going to be 8 points for them, plus 3 points for their partner parking in the observation zone. The Narwhals are also parked in the observation zone, which currently gets them 3 points. Looks like that specimen they tried to score, though, could be stuck within their robot. I can't tell, though. They probably have a way to get that out.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, teleop has begun. Teams now have manual control of those robots. Looks like Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple at the back of the field has extended outward and is trying to suck up a sample. Looks like they're struggling a little bit. They've got one now, though. Meanwhile, on the other side, I see another robot with an extension mechanism. That's the Narwhals. They've reached out in front. It looks like they're trying to jostle that red specimen loose from their robot. Looks like it might be caught in a clump of wires, which is making it a little difficult for them. Their partner, though, is getting a lot done. They've gotten 2 into that high basket. Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple at the back of the field. Looks like they've got a yellow sample in their robot. They're just trying to transfer it to their arm now so they can place it in the basket. Their partner's coming over to help, though. Looks like they're going to grab one of those yellow samples. Maybe they'll go for one of the baskets. Bionic Dutch being very efficient over on the red side of the field as Norwalk gets one in the high basket. Bionic Dutch has got one in their robot. Looks like they're probably going to go for their 4th in the high basket during this match as Narwhals gets that specimen out of their robot. It took them a little while, but they got it done. Looks like they're going to be going for some specimens now, try to do some catching up in this match. They're actually ahead by just a few points. Back of the field, we got Heat Waves going for the high basket, just falling short. However, it's still in the net zone, so they're still getting points. We've officially entered the end game. Looks like we got some teams still going for some cycles. I see Bionic Dutch reaching into the submersible to try to grab some more as Norwalk Purple gets one on the high chamber. Red Alliance is trying to do the same, though, via the Narwhals. They're trying to get it lined up so they can slide that clip onto the bar and get some points. Bionic Dutch gets one more in the high basket. We've got 5 seconds left in this match. I see a team going for a hang. 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Controllers down. Let's get a round of applause for those teams. Once again, we saw scoring in a lot of different ways from both sides. We have 2 in the high basket on blue, and it looks like 5 in the high basket over on red, thanks to the Bionic Dutch. One thing I like about this match is that we have a lot of different robot designs, too. It just shows that there's many more ways to solve a problem than you might initially think of. Something I noticed during that match is that over on the red side, looks like 4 of those samples in the high basket are yellow, but one of them is red. That is totally fine. Teams can score either yellow samples or their alliance-specific ones in those baskets. But when scoring a specimen on the high chamber, it has to be their alliance color. It cannot be a yellow one. Looks like our scores are in for the qualification match 4. Let's put them up on the board. This one's going to be close. Looks like it's going to end up going to Red Alliance. Red Alliance wins by a narrow 7 points with a score of 54-47. Great job from all 4 of our teams. That was a hard-fought match. All right, over on field 1, once again, we are ready for our last match before lunch. We still have a lot more matches to go this afternoon. We'll go ahead and introduce these teams for our last match of the morning. Starting on red, we'll go with Team 7823 Roadrunner Robotics. And their alliance partner is Team 18200 Martinsville St. Mary's Techno Devils. On the Blue Alliance, at the back of the field, we have Team 3609 Polar Technics. And their alliance partner is Team 24358 Metallum Ultorum. Looks like our teams are just finalizing their setups. Again, teams do have the option to preload a sample or a specimen into their robot. They are not required to, but they have the option to do so, which can allow them to score it in auto or maybe just be ready for teleop when that begins. Right. Looks like we're set now. Red Alliance, are you guys ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Scorekeepers ready. Then let's begin the match. Our last one before lunch. In 3, 2, 1, go. The two robots now moving on autonomous. Looks like the Polar Technics have shoved a sample into the net zone for 2 points. And Martinsville St. Mary's Techno Devils have parked in the observation zone for 3 points. This is a very thrilling 1-point match right now. Scoreboard is showing a 2-point match, actually. Like our teams are
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, match has begun. The teleop portion, I should say. I see 2 of our robots moving. Looks like a couple others might be trying to reconnect. We have a great team of volunteers that can help them out. You hear them yelling FTA, you know they want some help with their robot and trying to get it reconnected. The Metallum Ultorum there on the blue side at the front of the field. Looks like they've got a blue sample in their robot. Gonna see if they can pick that up and place it in one of the baskets. Over on the red side, we've got Martinsville St. Mary's Techno Devils. They've got a specimen. They're gonna try to place that in that basket. Not sure how that scores since it has a clip attached to it. Blue Alliance is trying to shove as many samples into the net zone as they can. Looks like they're not trying to place in the baskets, but if they can be really quick at that net zone, they could still get a lot of points. Martinsville St. Mary's Techno Devils back on the Red Alliance. They're trying to grab one of those yellow samples from the field. They're going for one of the baskets, low or high. They've chosen to go for low. A little easier for them, not quite as risky. Very good strategy move. Roadrunner Robotics, also on Red Alliance. They've got a red sample in front of their robot. They're trying to push that one. Looks like maybe into the observation zone, or maybe they'll go to the net zone. They've opted for the observation zone. Now they can attach a clip to that, try to score it on one of those red or blue chamber bars. Enter the end game. The Techno Devils are going for another one in the low basket. That's another one. While the Blue Alliance is continuing to put samples in that net zone. They have 5 now, worth 2 points each. Looks like we might have one team attempting a hang. That's the Polar Technics. They've got 10 seconds left to get off the ground. They are currently touching that first bar, so that gets them a level 1 ascent regardless. Techno Devils have a last-minute effort, placing a specimen in that zone. All right, time is up. Controllers down. Let's give our teams in our last match of the morning a big round of applause. Currently, our score shows a 4-point match, although those scores have not been finalized yet. Our scorekeepers after every match make sure to verify that all scoring by every robot has been done properly and that they get the points they deserve. They also have to evaluate whether any fouls are assessed, which can be incurred when teams do something that breaks the rules. Although this usually isn't intentional, we want to make sure everyone is playing a fair game. All right, our scorers are ready. Let's turn our attention to the boards. Blue Alliance. Blue wins with a score of 20-13. All right, and with that, we've concluded our first 5 matches of the morning, which means we are going to our 45-minute lunch break. All right, welcome back from lunch break, everybody. I hope you got some great food, but now it's time to get back to the robots. Let's go ahead and introduce our teams that are setting up here on field 2 for qualification match number 6. On the Red Alliance, we have team 22187 Air. And their alliance partner is 24438 Create the Future. Then on the Blue Alliance, we have team 9974 Thor. Their alliance partner is team 10435 The Circuit Breakers. Looks like all of our teams are finalizing their setups. They gotta get those robots just how they want them so they can have a successful autonomous and teleop period. Looks like one of our teams is just doing some last minute tweaks, maybe changing a battery or something, and then we should be all good to go for this qualification match. One of the other requirements for the start of the match is that robots have to be touching that side perimeter wall when they start. Either be squared up against it like all 4 of these robots, or just touching at a single point, but the only rule is that they have to be touching it somehow. And again, they can preload a sample or a specimen into their robot if they so wish. It can also just be touching their robot. It doesn't have to be within a claw or any other mechanism. As long as it's touching, they are good to go. All right, we had a short delay though, but it looks like we're all set up now. So I'm going to ask, Red Alliance, are you ready? Awesome. Blue Alliance, are you ready? All right, scorekeeper is ready, so let's begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go. I see 2 robots moving. Actually, no, all 4 are moving now. Looks like Circuit Breakers has one on the high chamber, as does Air. Ooh, Air almost tips over. Does a pretty sick wheelie, does a little pull-up on the bar. Looks like they've come to a stop. Circuit Breakers on the back of the field. They've got one in the high basket now, going for 2. Looks like they've got it in their scoring mechanism. They've got it. Are they going to go for more, or are they done? Looks like they're going to go park and touch that first bar. Good auto.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, 58-30 as we exit autonomous. Already a very high scoring match by both alliances. I'm really impressed with what we've been seeing. Looks like Circuit Breakers is already reaching into that submersible. They've got a blue sample. They're probably going to go place that into the observation zone so that can be turned into a specimen. They've grabbed a specimen off the wall. Looks like they're going to try to turn around, place that on the high chamber. They've got it on there. That's another 10 points for their alliance. Looks like Thor might be trying to suck up a blue one off the ground. They're struggling a little bit right now, but there they go. Now they've got it. Meanwhile, on the red side, there's been quite a bit of scoring going on. We've got 2, now 3 in that low basket. Those are worth 4 points each, so those add up quickly. Circuit Breakers has another one in the high basket. Their partner, Thor, looks like they're going to go do the same with a blue sample. They've got it in there. Very nice, very nice. scoring in a lot of different ways in this match, both high baskets, low baskets, and specimens. 1 minute to go in this match. Thor picks up another one at the back of the field, placing in the high basket. That tallies 5 for the Blue Alliance. Quite a hefty sum. There's also 3 blue specimens on that high chamber. At the back of the field, we've got Create the Future sucking one out of the observation zone and speeding over with that 6-wheel tank drive. They're going to go place that. Ooh, it falls outside the field. They were going for that low basket. That's okay, though. There's plenty of specimens and samples on this field to be had. I see 2 teams reaching into the end game. They're trying to get some last-second samples, trying to up their scores as much as they can. Thor's got one in their possession as their partner places one on the high chamber. Thor's going for that last one in the high basket. Looks like Air is going to try to attempt a hang. That could be big for this match. That'd be 15 points if they get it. Circuit Breakers gets another one on that high chamber. Great score here, as it looks like they're going to go for another. It's going to be tight. And they did it as time expires. Controllers down. Our scores are not finalized, but that is currently a 158 to 54. Blue Alliance was scoring in a lot of diverse ways in that match. Looks like they have 7 on the high chamber and looks like 6 in that high basket. Red Alliance, though, also did a lot to add to their total. They've got 5 or 6 in that low basket, and they've even got a robot off the ground for 15 points. They're the only ones off the ground in this match. Their partner, Create the Future, is also touching that first rung. So although it's not worth quite as many points, they still get some. Looks like our scores are in. Everyone turn your attention to the boards. This could be a big one. This one's going to end up going to our Blue Alliance with a score of 161 to 72. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your current state record score. Let's give 9974 and 10435 a big round of applause. But I also want to hear it for Air and Create the Future. That was a really great match on both sides. We're going to keep things moving, though. We're moving back to Field 1. We're going to quickly announce these teams. On Red Alliance, we have Team 44-43, the Sock Monkeys. And their alliance partner is Team 21718, the Unga Bunga Bongos. Moving over to our Blue Alliance, we have Team 13085, the Bionic Dutch. And last but not least, their alliance partner, Team 24358, Metallum Ultorum. Right, teams are set. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Our scorekeepers are ready, so let's begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go! Already got a bot moving autonomous. Looks like the Bionic Dutch are going to be content to park in that observation zone for 3 points. I don't see any of our other robots moving yet, but like I mentioned earlier, teams can program delays into their auto so that they don't interfere with their partners. It's also still very early in the season. These teams have not even had a full 2 months to work on these robots, so programming can often take a long time, and I'm sure we'll see more and more in auto as we progress through the season.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
We've already got all 4 robots moving in the teleop period. A lot of them already preloaded those samples and specimens, so they're going to be able to score very quickly. We got Bionic Dutch at the back, trying to get one in the high basket, but it tumbles out of the field. Meanwhile, on red, we've got both robots scoring in the same place at once. We got 1, 2 in the low basket for red. Very quick 8 points for them. Blue Alliance isn't being outdone, though. Bionic Dutch just placed one in their high basket, which alone is worth 8 points. Those ones in the high basket are worth double the total of the low, although it is a bit harder to reach. Like we got a lot of teams trying to grab the samples right now. I see the Unga Bunga Bongos trying to use their rotating intake mechanism to suck one up off the floor at the back of the field. And then the Sock Monkeys, their partner, are trying to grab one out of the submersible. It's a little more difficult because you have to reach in there, but they've already got one. Now they're going over to that low basket. Maybe they'll go for high. We'll see. Looks like they're going to just go for the low one. Makes it a little easier for them to reach. They've got it in there. Another 4 points for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance, though, been pretty quick. They've got 3 in the net zone and 3 in the high basket. There's a lot of different ways to score these elements in this year's game. I think Metallum Ultorum might be having some issues at the front of the field. They've put down their controllers for now. They might have had something happen on their robot. If they need the FTA, though, I'm sure they'll be calling for them as their partner by getting another one in the high basket as we enter the end game. Sock Monkeys continues to grab out of the submersible. They've got a red one this time. Again, alliances can score their alliance color or the yellow ones into their baskets. That's entirely up to them. About 10 seconds left. Sock Monkeys is going for one more in that low basket. As Bionic Dutch, they might be going for another. They also might be just content to go park somewhere. And Bionic Dutch gets one at the last second. Controllers down. Although parking at the end of the match is an option for teams this year, they can opt to score in other ways at the end as well, which we saw Bionic Dutch do by getting that last second sample in the high basket. We actually had none of these 4 robots park, but that's totally fine because it looks like all of them were trying to get some points in other ways, which could be worth more for them. Still quite early on in the season, so not all the teams have hanging mechanisms yet, because it is quite a difficult task to get onto that first bar, and even harder to get to that second bar. I'm sure here in another month or so, we'll see some teams trying to go for that, which will be really fun to see what they're able to do. All right, looks like our score trackers and referees were just discussing with some of the teams to kind of recap the match, evaluate any fouls that might have occurred. We just want everyone to be playing by the rules and doing the best that they possibly can, because we want to see the highest scores possible so we can represent Iowa well. Speaking of which, our scores are in, so let's turn our attention to the board. This one's going to end up going to the Blue Alliance. With a score of 47-31, Blue Alliance takes qualification match 7. Really high tally-up there with 44 points via those 5 samples in the high basket. We're going to keep on moving. We've got 30 matches to play today, so we're going to move back over to Field 2 for qualification match number 8. At this point in the day, all of our teams are playing their second matches, so they've got a little experience under their belts already. Let's introduce our teams on the Red Alliance. First, we have Team 26192, Heat Waves. And their alliance partner is Team 3609, the Polar Technics. Meanwhile, on blue, we have Team 14568, Norwalk Robo Warriors Gold. And their alliance partner is Team 25957, the Quantum Igniters. Got some great crowd support in this match. Looks like our referees are set. Red Alliance, are you ready? Come on, let me hear you. Red Alliance, are you ready? That's a little better. Blue Alliance, are you ready? Now that's what I like to hear. Our scorekeepers are ready, so let's begin the match. In 3, 2, 1, go. One of our robots parking in the observation zone. Make that 2. 3 points for each of those robots. Looks like we should be tied then right now with a score of 3-3. I can already hear some strategy discussion going on amongst the teams, trying to figure out what they're doing in teleop. And looks like we did have a delayed auto there. Norwalk Robo Warriors Gold also parks for another 3 points as we end the auto period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right. Looks like I see 2 teams moving right now. Looks like there might be some mobility issues with a couple of our teams, but they've got 2 minutes to get that figured out and get going. Looks like at the back of the field, we've got multiple robots trying to get some samples. Quantum Igniters has a claw that they're trying to use to grab one, while Polar Technics might just be trying to shove one. Looks like they might be high-centered on it, though. I hope they can get that out so they can keep scoring. Quantum Igniters raising that lift up very high. They were going for that high basket, but they moved just a little quick. It landed right next to them, though, so they can definitely pick that up again and go for some more points. Their alliance partner, Norwalk Robo Warriors Gold, has picked up a specimen from their observation zone. They're probably going to go towards the high chamber with that, as their partner, Quantum Igniters, is once again going for one in the high basket. And Norwalk Gold swings one around onto that high chamber, as Quantum Igniters misses one just by a hair. Meanwhile, on red, it looks like Polar Technics might unfortunately still be stuck on top of that sample. Hopefully someone can go over there and shove them off, give them a bit of an assist. Their alliance partner, though, is called the FTA. Their robot's moving around, but it looks like it might be behaving a little erratically. These robots are very sophisticated pieces of machinery, so sometimes they can be a little hard to control. As Norwalk Robo Warriors Gold now has 2 specimens on that high chamber. You might notice that their specimens are oriented differently than how a lot of teams have been doing it. That is perfectly legal. Teams can in whatever way they want. We've entered the end game now. We only got 25 seconds left in this match. Looks like Norwalk Gold's going for another. Same for Heatwaves on the Red Alliance. Whereas Quantum Igniters appears to be content to just touch that first bar and park for 3 points. Looks like Norwalk Gold is probably going to go do the same, as Heatwaves gets one on the high basket at the last second. Those could be crucial points in determining the outcome of this. 3, 2, 1. Let's give those teams a round of applause. Our live score shows 30-19, but as always, that can change afterward for any penalties that might be assessed or scoring tasks that were forgotten. We want to make sure we take the time to review and get everything right. Looks like our scores are all ready for this match, though. That was pretty quick. Great job to our referees and scoring team. This match is going to end up going towards the way of the Blue Alliance. With a score of 36-19, they take qualification match 8. Great job to all of our teams. The win goes to Norwalk Robo Warriors Gold and the Quantum Igniters. It looks like our teams are almost set for qualification match 9 already. We've been running a very speedy process so far. Our teams are getting through their matches very quickly. We'll introduce our teams on the Red Alliance first, starting with team 12783, Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple. Their alliance partner is team 18397, Aztecs. On the Blue Alliance, they're at the front of the field. We've got team 18200, Martinsville St. Mary's Techno Devils. And their partner is team 18527, the PCM Alchemists. All right, looks like all 4 teams are set. Our scorekeepers are ready. Red Alliance, are you ready? That's the spirit. We got one person that's excited to be here. Blue Alliance, are you ready? There we go. We're getting excited now. The event's getting going. Still ready? Awesome. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go. See both Red Alliance robots moving and one on the Blue Alliance. Looks like Aztecs have parked in the observation zone. Norwalk's got one in the high basket. 8 points for them already, and that will count again at the end of teleop unless they somehow knock it out of there. I think that would be a very difficult task, though. All right, looks like our auto has come to a close, unless we've got any teams delaying their movement. Getting all ready for teleop. This should be another fun match.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Looks like all 4 of our robots are moving once again. Love to see that every time. We never want anyone to have disconnect issues. Looks like we do have a team calling for FTA, though. I spoke too soon, I guess. I apologize for that. We've got another... Let's see. We've got the other Blue Alliance robot moving, though. PCM Alchemist. They've got a little claw in the front of their robot. They're going to go try to pick up a blue sample from the front of the field. Norwalk Purple was going for one in the high basket. Looks like that fell into their robot, though. We'll have to see if they can get that out so they can keep scoring. Aztecs at the back of the field, their alliance partner, though, they've got a very different mechanism. They have a claw that allows them to grab the specimens, or the samples, so that they can place them onto that high chamber. They already have one there. Make that 2 now for the Red Alliance. Those are worth 10 points each. If they choose to go for one on the low chamber, I believe that's worth 6 points. So a lot of ways to score in this game. Now they're going to grab a yellow sample. Those ones they cannot place on the chambers, even if they have a clip attached. They aren't worth any points. So instead, they opt to go for the high basket. It looks like both of our Blue Alliance robots are operational now. The blue human player has loaded up a ton of specimens onto the field wall there. Teams have the option of either placing those specimens and samples on the edge of the wall or into the taped off zone in front of them. That way teams can decide how they want to score. Looks like Norwalk isn't going to be able to get that sample out of their robot to get those 3 parking points for the end of the match. Their partner, the Aztecs, though, is still trying to do some scoring. They've put one in the observation zone. Their human players grabbed it. They've put a clip on, and they're going to go grab that and try to score. They don't have much time, though. About 15 seconds left in this match. Both Blue Alliance robots still moving around, trying to make some last-second strategy calls. Looks like the Techno Devils are going to just touch. A lot of specimens scored for that Red Alliance, 5 to be exact. That netted them 50 points, as each one is worth 10. I'm curious to see if we see similar scoring in this match over here on Field 2 for qualification match 10. We've got 4 more amazing teams. Let's start with Red, where we have Team 7823, Roadrunner Robotics. And their alliance partner is Team 16736, Atomic Narwhals. Then let's hear some cheers for our Blue Alliance, where we have Team 22189, Fire. And their alliance partner, Team 6147, Nubotics. All right, our scorekeepers are ready. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? There we go. Then let's begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go. All right. I saw a couple robots moving there on autonomous. Looks like the Narwhals were trying to go for one on that high chamber, but it's fallen within their robot. They did go over and park in the observation zone, though, for 3 points. We might have had a Blue Alliance robot park. I can't tell. Looks like our referee is going to check. And indeed they have. They are in that taped-off zone. 3 points for both alliances right now as we reach the end of our autonomous period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Teleop has begun. All 4 robots moving already. Fire scoring very quickly. They've already got one on that high chamber. That only took them about 6 or 7 seconds. Really excited to see what they're capable of for the rest of this match. Looks like a part might have fallen off the Narwhal's robot. Hopefully they can still do some scoring, though, even with that mechanism missing. Fire's already got another specimen in their claw. They're trying to force it. Oh boy. They seem to have fallen onto the back of their robot. I wonder if they have any sort of mechanism that can help them stand up, or maybe their alliance partner can come give them a helping hand. But right now, they're just spinning their wheels, waving their arm around, saying, "Help me, please." And they're back. Looks like they have a mechanism solely for that purpose, That's a great design. That whole time, they never let go of that specimen. They're still going for it on the high chamber. This team cannot be stopped. Meanwhile, their alliance partner, Nubotics, scurrying around the back of the field, scooping these samples into the net zone. They've got 3 in there already. Those are worth 2 points each. Red Alliance is doing the same thing, though. Roadrunner Robotics has scooped up 1 sample, put it in that net zone, and they've got a couple more that are getting close. Fire's got another specimen in their claw. They're going to try to go place that one again. For the end game. They're just choosing to go place them inside the net zone. Once again, we see that self-routing mechanism. Looks like it's actually an intake that they use to pick up the samples. Looks like it serves multiple purposes, though, as we saw it help them stand up in that when they fell earlier. Looks like our teams are just getting ready to park here at the end of the match. Nubotics has done so. Looks like Fire might be going for one more at the last second. Roadrunner has parked. Time is up. Controllers down. Let's get a round of applause for those teams. Definitely a bit of a scrappy match, but our teams all showed a lot of fight and kept scoring till the very last second. They know that they have to get every point to be able to win these matches. All right, sounds like our scores are ready for qualification match 10. Let's go see what they were. Okay, sounds like we're still waiting on our referees just to determine a possible foul or warning. We're going to have to see what that is before we reveal the scores. Have those to you as soon as possible, though. We don't want to keep you waiting long. I know it's suspenseful. All right, now our scores are ready. I hope I'm not lying to you this time. There we go. Robot's got the yellow sample, placing it in the tank. What color is it going to turn? It's going to be blue this time. With a score of 26-12, Blue Alliance takes it. Nubotics moves into 3rd place, Fire into 6th. Very good match for these teams. We are officially done with 1/3 of our qualification matches. 10 down, 20 to go. We're in no rush to get done, though, because these events are always a ton of fun. Let's hear how excited you are. Audience, let me hear you cheer for these teams. Then let's get these teams announced for this match. On red, we have team 18200, Martinsdale St. Mary's Techno Devils. And their alliance partner is team 13085, Bionic Dutch. Still setting up on the blue side, we have team 22187, Air. And their partner is team 14568, Norwalk Robo Warriors, Gold. Like we've got 1 or 2 teams still finishing their setup, making sure they have everything how they want it. They first have to get those robots turned on, connect them to their driver hub devices, and then make sure their controllers are plugged in so that they can operate their robots to the best of their ability. These teams have to program every part of their controls, so they get to decide how their robot moves around on the field, what kind of mechanisms it has, and how they choose to operate it. There's a lot of flexibility with what these teams get to do. Like one of our wonderful volunteers, the FTA, that's the Field Tech Advisor, has been helping out our teams, making sure they get connected. Looks like we're all set now. Gonna wait for all of our volunteers to exit the field and be ready. Just a reminder to everyone, in case you missed the release of a score while you're in here in the gym, you can go out to FTC Events, that's an online website, and see the scores of the matches. So in case you missed anything or wanted to see how your team's been performing throughout the day, feel free to head out to that website where you can see all of the scores and the scoring breakdowns. Looks like we're ready now for our match. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Awesome. Our scorekeeper is ready, so let's begin the match in 3, 2, 1. Go! We're seeing a lot of movement in auto. Ooh, Air almost gets one on that high chamber. Those clips are kind of difficult to put on. Oh, they tip around twice, but they stay on their wheels. Looks like they might have a sample stuck under their robot, but with that arm, they might be able to get that out. Meanwhile, we've got both Red Alliance robots moving, and another one on the blue. We've got two teams parked. As we reach 5 seconds left in auto, score is 8-3 right now in favor of red.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Playoff has begun. All 4 teams trying to move around. Looks like we've got Bionic Dutch already going for one, the high basket. I've seen all their matches today. They seem to be very good at doing that high basket. They've got a rotating intake mechanism that flips up, dumps it into a bucket, which then raises up to that high basket and gets them a lot of points. Norwalk RoboWares Gold has an entirely different approach, but it still gets them a lot of points. They choose to go for those specimens. They get them from the human player and go clip them onto the high chamber. Looks like Air just got one in the low basket for the Blue Alliance, as their partner gets another one on the high chamber. Bionic Dutch, though, has been scoring in a flurry over on the front red side of the field. They've got 3 in the high basket, and they're about to grab their 4th while their partner gets one very close to the low basket, and they've got it in. Once again, so many different ways to score in this match that we're getting to see in this match. Looks like Air still has that one stuck in their robot, but they're trying to grab more. Unfortunately, one of the rules states that you can only hold one at a time, which makes scoring a little bit harder when you have to be very precise, especially when you grab from the middle of the field where there's so many laying around. 4 blue specimens on the high chamber. 4 or maybe even 5 in the high basket over on red. It's hard to tell, it's getting so full. We're about to enter the end game. Looks like we got some teams going for their hangs. All right. Martinsville gets another one in the low basket. Their partner, the Bionic Dutch, was going for another. Looks like they're still going to. We have both red robots reaching into the submersible, while both blue might be going for hangs. All right, Air is up in the air, quite literally. They are way off the ground. That's going to get them 15 points if they hold that spot. Bionic Dutch, though, at the last second, getting one in the high basket, while their partner is going for one in the low. Controllers down. What a great match. Hear it for these teams. So far today, Air has been one of the best robots I've seen at hanging on that bar. They are barely moving a muscle while they're sitting up there. You might have seen when Air hit the stop button on their robot there, their robot fell to the ground. Or sorry, they hit the stop button on their driver station. Since they were in the air when the buzzer ended, it does not matter that they are now down on the floor. They still get those 15 points. We want teams to usually stop their robots at the end of the match so they're not constantly applying a current to their motors and possibly burning them out, because teams have to do all of their own fundraising, and buying new motors very often can get really expensive. Just checking up from across the state. You might have seen the state record match that we saw here at the Coral League meet today of 161. Looks like there was a score of 159 over in Eastern Iowa today. So we've got teams playing at a high level across the state. Looks like our score is in for this match, though. Let's see what that looks like. Got our great animation here. It's going to build up the suspense until we find out that the Red Alliance has won with a score of 88-65. That's a very good match from both alliances. There's a lot to be proud of there. Great job to all four of those teams in that match. Our teams appear to be set on field 2 for qualification match 12. Let's go ahead and introduce them. We'll start on blue this time, because why not? Where we have team 3609, the Polar Technics. And their alliance partner is team 24438, Create the Future. Meanwhile, on Red Alliance, we have team 18527, the PCM Alchemists. And the hometown team, their partner is team 12783, Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple. We're finalizing our setups. All the teams appear to be ready now. Our volunteers are getting out of the field. Red Alliance, are you ready? There we go. Blue Alliance, are you also ready? Awesome. Our scorekeeper is ready. Audience, are you ready? Oh, come on. Let's get that energy up a little more. We still have a lot of matches to go. All right, let's begin in 3, 2, 1, go. Looks like Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple is raising up their lift, going for the high basket. Both blue robots moving as well. Norwalk's got that one on the high basket. Looks like the Polar Technics have parked in the observation zone, and Create the Future is doing the same. Currently a score of 8-6 in favor of red, thanks to that 8-point high basket sample that Norwalk achieved. Looks like that's all the motion we're going to see in this auto.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, that bell indicates that our teleop has begun. Looks like Norwalk Robo Warriors has picked up a yellow sample with that extending mechanism. They're going over towards the baskets. Got a blue robot going for baskets too. It's Create the Future. They have one in their robot. Looks like they're going for the low basket, but they might be having some difficulty spitting it out. I can hear something moving, but it just doesn't want to come out. It might be stuck in there. Looks like Norwalk over on the front side of the field for red has another in their robot. They've got a claw mechanism that goes and grabs them out of their intake and then raises up on a lift to reach that high basket. It's a very complex but very efficient system. All right, there we go. And now Create the Future got that one out of their robot into the low basket. Looks like they also got one in this net zone. They're going to go ahead and grab that, de-score those points, but they're going to go for more points by putting it in the low basket. A very smart strategy play by them. Over on red, still got a lot of motion going around. Norwalk's at the front of the field grabbing those loose samples while their partner, the PCM Alchemist, is shoving samples into that observation zone for their human player to take out and use however they want. Looks like they're turning some of them into specimens. Their human player has 4 of them right now. They've got some big plans for this match. Over on blue, Create the Future has got another one. They've spit it out into that low basket. They're very fast. We'll have to see if they can get any more during the endgame period. We've got our first attempted specimens of the match. Looks like Norwalk's got one over on the red side. They're going to try to clip it on. Those clips are pretty tight, so it can be hard to get them to stay on. Got a blue robot trying to hang. Looks like maybe even 2 trying to hang. We only got 10 seconds left, though. They're going to have to be quick. As red gets a specimen, that could be crucial in this match. 3, 2, 1. And Create the Future gets the hang at the last second. What a great job by their team. That leaves us with a current score of 57-26. Not sure if that hang has been counted yet, though, so that could make this one really close. We'll have to wait and see what the scores look like. All right, our scores are in for that match. Our teams are going to turn off the robots and pick them up as we take a look at the score. We're going to go to the Red Alliance with a score of 63-41. Very nice match. Looks like Red got quite a few points until out there and also benefited from 5 foul points. You might be interested in what a foul is. There's actually 2 types. There's minors, which are worth 5, and majors, which are worth 15. When a team commits a foul, the points get added to the opposing alliance. Some examples of a foul might include controlling multiple game elements at once or exiting the field. There's a number of ways that teams can incur fouls, but they all try very hard not to in order to win their matches. I'll go ahead and introduce our teams for this next match here on Field 1. We're already to qualification match 13. On the Red Alliance, we have Team 10435 Circuit Breakers. Their alliance partner, one of our rookie teams here today, is Team 26192 Heat Waves. We've got a lot of support for the Red Alliance here. Let's hear the same for our Blue Alliance, where we have Team 6147 Nubotics. And their alliance partner is Team 7823 Roadrunner Robotics. All right, I'm loving all the cheers we're hearing. Red Alliance, are you ready? Awesome. Blue Alliance, are you ready? Even better. Our Scorp Keepers are ready, so let's begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go! See a lot of movement on our Red Alliance. Nothing yet on blue, but we might just have to wait a minute. Circuit Breakers running that same auto they've been running all day. They've got one on that high chamber. They're going for one in the basket. Oop, it just tumbles out. Based off what they've done before, though, I think they go for another. Ooh, they've just missed it. They're going for a lot of points in that auto. Their partner has already parked in the observation zone. Looks like Circuit Breakers might go for a park now. Yep, they've got a level 1.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Since those points that Circuit Breakers scored count again in teleop, we currently have a score of 26-0 in favor of red. Like Heat Waves have one in their robot. They're going to try to go for the low basket, maybe the high. They're trying to decide right now. They're going high. Ooh, they want those big points, and they just got 8 of them by placing one in the high basket. Their partner, Circuit Breakers, they seem to like doing those specimens. That's what they've done all day. They're going to go place that on the high chamber for 10 more points. And it looks like they're going to try to grab a few of those loose red samples and have their human player attach clips and thus turn them into specimens. Blue Alliance doesn't appear to have a way of picking up samples off the ground, but they are very good at pushing them around. They've already got 4 in that net zone, and it's about to be 5 thanks to Roadrunner Robotics. Meanwhile, Circuit Breakers on red just keeps trucking along. They've got 3 on that high chamber now, while their partner places a 3rd in the high basket. We've got both Red Alliance robots really contributing to their score here. Some great teamwork going on. Heatwaves goes for another, while Circuit Breakers picks up their 4th specimen. And they've got it on that bar. 45 seconds left. Let's see how many more they can get. Blue Alliance, though, still doing quite a bit of scoring. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in that net zone now. And they just got number 8. Currently got 5. This is going into the sub to get more as we enter endgame. Heatwaves has yet another in that high basket. Some really great scoring by one of our rookie teams. What they've done is very impressive. Circuit Breakers gets yet another on that high chamber. I can barely count how many there are. There's so much going on. We've only got about 10 seconds left, though. We'll have to see if they have time for any more, because Heatwaves is also going for another. This is going to be very close. Whoa! The Heatwaves, unfortunately, have tipped over. Luckily, there's not much time left in the match. Time is up. Controllers down. We saw a lot of scoring there on the Red Alliance, and we saw a lot of shoving going on the Blue Alliance. They've got a ton in that net zone. They have 10 samples in there. All right, sounds like we're already done with scoring that match. Let's see what we have. Going to our Red Alliance with a score of 121 to 26. 105 points in teleop. Very impressive. That's one of the highest scores I've seen all day in teleop. All right, in case you're wondering why we're taking a short break here, it's because we've gotten a little bit ahead of schedule. We've been running really smoothly. All of our teams have been on time, so we've been trucking through our matches really quick. However, right now we have a team for one of our upcoming matches that isn't quite ready yet, and we don't want to try to rush them. So until we reach the time stated for that match, because we have scheduled times for each match, we're going to wait a little bit and give them some time. So while this break is going on, feel free to go check out the pits, get something from the concessions, and just take a break from the robot action, because we still have a lot of matches to go. So come back excited for more. Alright, looks like we're coming to the end of our short break there. We've got our team setting up for qualification match number 14. We're approaching the halfway point of today's meet. 2 of our Red Alliance teams already setting up. We've got 1 setting up on blue, and it looks like our last one is on the way. We'll be ready to start this match in almost no time. Let's go ahead and meet the teams for qualification match 14. We'll start on the Red Alliance. We're at the front of the field. We have team 9974 Thor. Their partner is team 4443, the Sock Monkeys. Let's hear some love for the Sock Monkeys. Come on, who doesn't love Sock Monkeys? And on the Blue Alliance, we have team 16736, the Atomic Narwhals. And last but not least is their alliance partner, team 21718, the Unga Bunga Bongos. All right, looks like all of our teams have turned their robots on. They're now connecting to their driver hubs. Takes a minute or so to get them connected, but once they're ready, they are set for the match. All right, looks like our teams are all set now. I'm getting the thumbs up from our referees. Double check, make sure everyone's ready. We're finishing up some settings on red. Now we're looking good. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Our scorekeeper is ready, so let's begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go! 1 robot moving, that's over on red. Thor has spit out a sample into that net zone. That's going to get them 2 points. Now you might be curious if teams can earn parking points by parking under the basket. Unfortunately, they cannot. They can only park in the observation zones or do a level 1 ascent by touching that first bar. That's still going to give them a 2-point lead, though, exiting auto.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Teleop has begun, and although we didn't see a lot of auto, I'm seeing a lot of teleop already. Narwhals wasted no time. In a matter of seconds, they got one on that high chamber. We've got both Red Alliance robots positioned to score. Sock Monkeys has one in the low basket. Thor is going high. They've almost got it. They've dropped it off. 1 in each basket for red. Blue went for 1 in the low. Just barely missed it, but it's in a spot where they can pick it up and try again. I think Narwhals are going the specimen strategy that we've seen a lot of teams do, as is the Sock Monkeys on the Red Alliance. There's 2 blue specimens on the high chamber and 1 red specimen on the red high chamber. See teams at the front and back of the field trying to pick up those loose yellow samples. Unga Bunga Bongos is trying to suck one in with their rotating intake. Thor's doing the same, although their intake's a bit of a different style. Got a lot of unique robots once again. Looks like for the first time today we might see one on a low chamber. Looks like red is going for one. They're trying to get to snap on. There they go. We have one red specimen on the high chamber and one on the low chamber. Meanwhile, Narwhals completes the 5th one for blue, though. That's going to get them a lot of points. Looks like Thor might be stuck up on the edge of the submersible, but they do have a sample in their grasp. They're going to go try to score that. Narwhals, though, is getting one on blue. They're going to go try to drop it off. They've got it in there. That one does have a clip on it, though. I'm not sure how that affects scoring. I'll have to ask our referees. There's a bunch of loose yellow samples. I see both blue robots trying to pick them up. Thor is still having some mobility issues, not really getting around how they want. Swerve Drive is a little difficult to drive. And the Sock Monkeys are still trying to get another specimen. Thor's got that lift up now. They've seemed to have figured it out. They have one in the high basket. Bunga Bunga Bongos. And our last 10 seconds of the match, going for another one in the low basket. Looks like Thor's going to try to go park. Sock Monkeys maybe doing the same. As time expires, controllers down. More good scoring for both of our alliances. We had samples in the high baskets and specimens on the high chambers. All right, our score's already done. Might have a penalty-free match. We always love to see that. Looks like this one is going to end up going the way of the Blue Alliance. With a score of 63-43. All 63 of those points in teleop. Not much for auto or hanging, but they did a very good job in teleop with those specimens and samples. Meanwhile, all 4 of our teams are already good to go over on Field 1. We would love to see our teams being ready to go and not having any issues. We'll introduce our red teams, where we first have Team 24358, Metallum Ultorum. Their alliance partners is Team 25957, the Quantum Igniters. Let's keep those cheers going for the Blue Alliance, where we have Team 22189, Fire. And their alliance partner, which is Team 18397, the Aztecs. All 4 of our teams appear to be ready. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Awesome. Our scorekeeper is ready. So let's begin the match. In 3, 2, 1, go. Both red robots moving. Looks like one of them got into the observation zone. The other one's just short. They might not be done moving yet, though. They still have plenty of time to go park. Oh, now we got some movement on blue. Looks like Fire has quickly sped into the observation zone for 3 points. Looks like we are probably tied then right now. Indeed we are, 3-3. Teleop is going to make the difference in this match.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
The opening bell is sounded, and we are off into teleop. Fire, as they've done before, quickly speeding to that high chamber and getting a specimen on it. 10 points very quickly for red. And in such a tight match, those points are going to count. Their partner, the Aztecs, though, has already gotten 2 in the high basket. Very, very quick scoring as they scoop up another one off the floor with that claw. And they're putting that in the high basket. A very simple design, but also a very effective design. Sometimes that's often the best. Red is trying not to be outdone, though. The Quantum Igniters placing in our high basket over on red. Blue matches, though, with yet another one. They've already gotten 4 in that high basket just 40 seconds into this teleop. They're getting some big help from their partner, Fire, who's going for a second one on the high chamber. Meanwhile, Metallum Ultorum, they've got a very speedy Mechanum drive. They're trying to get some samples into that observation zone, it would appear. Fire going for yet another specimen on the high chamber. Looks like they've opted to go over to the net zone instead. Looks like they're trying to get that specimen out of their robot. It appears to be clipped onto their claw. Their partner gets another in the high basket. The Quantum Igniters have gone to the observation zone on red, and it looks like they're going to try for a specimen. They already got one earlier in the match, but they want to get another, really pad their scoring. Blue, though, doesn't let up at all. They have another one in that high basket. As we enter the end game, Blue has 7 in the high basket, but Red's about to get a second on that high chamber if they can get it on. Again, those clips can be a little difficult to work with. Once they're on, they don't come off, but they can be hard to get on. Quantum Igniter says, we don't think so, though, and they snap it on with ease. We're beginning to run out of time in this match. Less than 10 seconds left. Let's see if we can get any hangs. Like Quantum Igniters has opted for a last second. Ooh, last second specimen. They've got it. And as time expires, both of our blue robots park. Very good match by both alliances. We saw a lot of different strategy in that match. The Red Alliance was primarily focusing on those specimens. They got 3 of those compared to just 1 sample scored in a basket. Blue Alliance did do 1 specimen, but their primary scoring method was the samples in the high basket. Our refs are counting them right now. There's quite a few in there. Looks like 8. Correct, they got 8 in that high basket. 8 points each. Doing some quick math, I believe that's 64 points. But I'm just a college student. I can't do math. All right, looks like our scores are in. Let's see what it is. See if I did my math right. This one's going to go to the Blue Alliance with a score of 83-41. Very nice score that propels Fire into 3rd place and Aztecs into 6th for today's meet. Just a reminder to any media members of teams who might be recording or taking photos during the matches, make sure you are kneeling down or sitting down on the floor. That way you're not blocking the view of anyone in the audience. Thank you very much. With that out of the way, let's introduce our teams for qualification match 15, our halfway point in today's event. On the Red Alliance, we have team 12783, Norwalk Robo Warriors, purple. They're excited to be here. Hopefully their partner is the same way, and that's 22187, Air. All right, over on blue, at the front of the field, we have team 7823, Roadrunner Robotics. And their partner is team 21718, Unga Bunga Bongos. Like our teams are finalizing their selections, probably selecting an auto, maybe just setting up their teleop for later in the match. They can choose to do either. They have flexibility. FTA Tyler is making sure all the teams are ready, as is our head ref, Emma. Looks like they're all good to go. Red Alliance, are you ready? Awesome. Blue Alliance, are you also ready? Love the enthusiasm on both sides. Our scorekeeper is ready, so let's begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go. Both red robots moving almost in sync. Looks like they're both going for big scoring attempts. Looks like Air just barely missed the high chamber, but Norwalk was able to get one in the high basket. Air has also now touched that first bar. That's going to get them 3 points for touching that at the end of auto. No movement on blue yet, but there's still 7 seconds left. They could have added delay. Looks like they're content to stay for now. They're thinking about what kind of scoring they're going to do in teleop.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Teleop has officially begun. Air does a little pull-up on that bar just to show how strong they are. Now they're going to probably go try to score that specimen they've got in their robot. Ooh, Unga Bunga Bongos tries to spit one out into the low basket, but it bounces out of the field. No penalty for that, but they unfortunately can't score that one now. because the referees do not have to return it to the field. Looks like Roadrunner over on the blue side of the field at the front. They're going to try to push some of those samples either into the observation zone or over into the net zone. Help set up their alliance for some scoring. Both red robots going for specimens. Looks like Air has one on there, and so does Norwalk. Although that one that Air placed is not fully on the bar, as long as it does not fall off, it still scores. It could fall off, but if it stays on, they are good to go. Looks like Norwalk might be stuck on a sample. They've gotten off of it. Oh, looks like they're back on it again. They really like that red sample. They just want to pick it up, but they're having a little bit of trouble. The Unga Bunga Bongos, though, they have this neat extending arm mechanism that they've used to suck up a yellow sample. We'll see where they go with it. Probably over to the baskets. They're driving around quick. They're just eager to score that. They want those points. They know they'll need them. They're going to go towards the low basket. They've spit it out. Great job by the Blue Alliance to get another 4 points. They've got another one at the back of the field that they're lining up for as we enter the end game. Looks like both Red Alliance robots used some teamwork there and were able to get Norwalk off of that sample that they had been stuck on for a while. Great example of gracious professionalism and working together. Norwalk's going to be going for another sample here as we enter the last 15 seconds of the match. I'm hearing teams talking about parking. They want those valuable points at the end of the match. Air might go for that signature hang of theirs. Norwalk's got another specimen. They're going to just decide to park and not score it. Air's going to get off the ground now as time expires. Another excellent match from both alliances. Since that red specimen that isn't all the way on did not fall off, it still scores. It does not matter that that is not fully clipped on. Since it's not touching anything but the bar, it's good. Since Air is clearly not touching anything but that bar, they also get hanging points. Unga Bunga Bongos also get some parking points, not because they're off the ground, but because they are touching that first bar. I'm told our scores are in. Let's see how that match played out. This one goes the way of red. 61-11. Those specimen points and that hang at the end proved crucial in deciding the outcome of that match. With that, we are officially through over half of our matches. But we still have a lot of gameplay to go. So let's keep the enthusiasm up as we head back to Field 1 for qualification match number 17. Let's go ahead and introduce the Red Alliance. We're at the front. We have team 24438, Create the Future. And their alliance partner is team 24358, Metallum Ultorum. Back on the Blue Alliance, we have team 14568, Norwalk Robo Warriors Gold. And they're paired with team 16736, Atomic Narwhals. Something I'd like to point out to all the teams and coaches in attendance is if you look at our scoreboard, you might notice for the Blue Alliance that they have little logos next to their names. Those were logos that they put in themselves so that they can show off their team brand and team spirit. So if you're affiliated with a team out there, I highly encourage you to talk to your coach or your mentor, or if you are a coach or mentor, get into the first dashboard, put a logo in there, and let your team have some fun showing off what they do. In case you're curious how to find that, that's in the first dashboard, and it's called Adding a Team Avatar. So go find that, add a logo for your team. Like our teams are finalizing their setup now. I'm getting thumbs up all around. I'll still ask though, Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Then let's check with our scorekeeper. They're ready. So let's begin in 3, 2, 1. Go! Seeing a little bit of movement on red. Both robots moving. Looks like Metallum Ultorum shifted over, is parked in the observation zone. or not Metal Motorum, Create the Future has placed one in the net zone. That's 2 points. They went back to try to park in the observation zone, but it looks like they got just a little off and missed it. Norwalk Robo Warriors Gold running that delayed auto they've run all day. They keep making me think they're not going to do anything, and then they slide on over and get 3 points.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, there we go into teleop. I see both blue robots making some quick scoring attempts. The Narwhals get one on the on the chamber almost immediately, while their partner, Norwalk Robo Warriors Gold, is going for a yellow sample off the ground. Red's trying not to be outdone, though. They've got that one still in the net zone from Auto, and they've got another one in their scoring mechanism, which they just placed into the low basket. Gold, though, going for a high basket, worth twice as many points. Very impressive. Their partner, the Narwhals, instead of doing the high basket, they prefer to do the specimens. They've got their third one already. Let's see if they can get it clipped on. They're going to try to get lined up. They got to adjust their lift to the right height. There it goes. Perfectly clipped on. Red, though, they're very fast, but at a different task. That's scoring in the low basket. That's number 3 for Create the Future. At the back of the field, their partner, Metal Motorum, looks like they might be having some issues picking that red sample up. Oh, now they've got it. Let's see where they go. I think they're going to opt for the basket and try to place it into there. A lot of basket scoring on both alliances, though, as Norwalk Robo Warriors Gold gets a third one into that high basket, as their partner gets another specimen onto the chamber. That's 5 for them. Metal Motorum has made their way over. Looks like they are just going to place that one into the net zone. Red has 4 in the net zone. However, blue has 4 in the high basket. Narwhals has shifted their strategy. They're done with specimens now. By accident instead of into the basket. That's all right, though. They still have plenty of time to score. 25 seconds left in this match. The Robo Warriors Gold are done scoring. They might just be going for a hang. Create the Future is up off the ground. They are clearly not touching the ground, and that's going to get them those 15 points. They'll have to be careful not to touch their partner, though. They don't want to be supported by them by accident. Looks like all of our teams are done. 2, 1. Controllers down. Once again, a lot of different scoring going on. Blue did a lot in the high chamber and the high basket, but red got those hanging points. Haven't seen a ton of those today, but Create the Future has been very good at getting those hanging points consistently. For those of you who saw what our head ref Emma was holding, that was a yellow card. That was issued to team 24438 for accidentally contacting something outside the playing field, which in this case was their driver's station. It wasn't intentional, but it's a safety hazard. We want to be very careful and make sure no one gets hurt. All right, our scores are in now. They just had to do a little discussion to make sure we were all good there. Nation is up. Sample is in. It's going to become blue with a score of 91 to 51. Both of our blue teams move into the top 6. 85 of those 91 coming in teleop. Very impressive. Moving back over to field 2. We're just bouncing back and forth all day today. Let's go ahead and introduce our red robots. We'll start with the team at the front. 18527, the PCM Alchemists. Their alliance partner, seemingly one of our crowd favorites, is Team 25957, the Quantum Igniters. Their opponents on the Blue Alliance are teams 4443, the Sock Monkeys, and Team 10435, Circuit Breakers. All right, I'm seeing thumbs up from our referees. Red Alliance, are you ready? All good? Sweet. Blue Alliance, are you ready? Awesome. Our scorekeeper is ready, so let's begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go. Two robots moving in auto. Circuit Breakers has had a very impressive auto today, and it looks like they're running the same one again. One on the high chamber, one in their robot. I think I know where they're going with this. Indeed, the high basket, they've got one. Going for another. Oop, looks like they weren't able to pick that one up. On red, Quantum Igniters has parked in the observation zone. That's going to get them some points. However, all the points that Circuit Breakers has been scoring will count again in teleop. Going to be a lot more.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
With those points counting again, the score is currently 39-3 in favor of blue. With so many ways to score, though, and some high-value scoring tasks in this year's game, red could very easily make that up because they already have one in the low basket and one on the high chamber. Both blue robots are crowding around the basket. It looks like Sock Monkeys is going to opt for one in the low, if they can get it there. They've almost got it. There they go. They're going to get out of the way now, so their partner, the Circuit Breakers, can go place one in the high basket. They've got a very fast lift mechanism that allows them to be very good at scoring in those baskets. Quantum Igniters, though, opted for a different strategy, going for that high chamber. They got stuck on the bar for a second, but now they're trying to clip that one on. Circuit Breakers just continues to score those samples out of the submersible and into that high basket. It's a long ways up there, but they get there very quick. They've got some very fast linear slides on that robot. Quantum Igniters, they've switched from specimen to sample. They're going for the high basket too. They've got one in there. Just a reminder, you can score either your alliance's samples or the neutral yellow ones in your basket. It does not matter which ones, as long as they don't belong to the opposing alliance. Circuit Breakers likes those yellow ones though, because there's a lot of them. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I believe, in that basket. And they're going for a 7th. We're not even to end game yet. At the front of the field, trying to get over to that basket so they can score one to match the one that Circuit Breakers just put in. Sock Monkeys trying to get a specimen off the wall, but it looks like they knocked it off. They're going for it again, though. We're approaching 10 seconds left in this match. These teams are trying to score in a flurry, getting every point they can. Circuit Breakers got one in there. Got caught for a second, though. They've gotten loose, though. 3, 2, 1. Both Blue Alliance robots have now parked in the observation zone. Quantum Igniters was going for another specimen there, but just ran out of time. Got yet another score over 100 thanks to the Circuit Breakers. They've got quite a few in that high basket. I'm not even sure an exact number. Right now our scoreboard shows 8. I've been told that that is actually 9 total in the high basket. They got so many in there, we lost track. And for anyone in the audience wondering why we don't have more teams on field 1 or in the queue ready to go, that's because we're taking a short volunteer break after this match. So we'll break for just a few minutes, let everyone go use the restroom, get something to eat, settle down for just a few minutes before we come back out to the field. All right, our scores are in for that match. Let's see what they ended up being. Looks like a pretty good one for the Blue Alliance. Let's see how high it was. The score is going to go to the Blue Alliance. The score of 123 to 40. Circuit Breakers stays in first for today's meet with yet another score over 100, most of which was in teleop. And again, this is now when we're going to take our short volunteer break, just a few minutes. So feel free to take a quick break, then come back in just a little bit to see even more matches. We've still got quite a few to go. Looks like 12 exactly. All right, before we get started with matches again, I just want to give everyone a quick reminder that concessions are still open, but for only another 20 minutes, so until 2:30. They don't have any hot food left, but if you want any snacks like candy or chips or drinks, then feel free to head over there, get some of those right now before they're gone, because they are going fast. Conclude our short volunteer break. We've returned to field number 1 for qualification match 19, where we have 3 of our 4 teams set up. Looks like we're waiting on one more. I can see them on their way in the hallway though. So we will be all good for this match with all 4 robots. All right, our 4th team is now here. So since everyone's here, the party started. Let's introduce our teams. Over on red, we have team 6147 Nubotics. Their alliance partner is team 3609, the Polar Technics. Their opponents representing the Blue Alliance are teams 13085 Bionic Dutch, as well as team 18397 Aztecs. Like our teams are finishing their setups, getting ready to go. I'm seeing thumbs up from our referees. I don't see any teams messing with their controllers. Looks like we're good. Red Alliance, are you ready? Polar Technics, Nubotics, are you guys ready? Awesome. Blue Alliance, are you ready? Nope, not yet. We're going to wait just a second. We're finishing up a few things. All good. Now it looks like we're all good. Blue Alliance, you ready? Red Alliance, you still all good? Sweet. Our scorekeeper is ready, so let's start the match in 3, 2, 1, go. Like Aztecs has a good auto going. They've placed one in the low basket. Meanwhile, both Red Alliance robots have moved. They're both in the observation zone. We also have one blue robot in the observation zone. A lot of action in this auto. All 4 robots achieving different scoring tasks. And Aztecs is touching that first bar. That is also worth 3 points. I think that might be our first auto today where every robot has scored. Let's hear a round of applause for that.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
That 8-second transition period helps teams get ready for teleop after their auto finishes. Bionic Dutch just chucked one out of the field by accident. No worries though, there are plenty more that you can see on the field. There's some in the submersible in the middle and a bunch of others scattered around on those spike marks. They're going for another already in the high basket. They've got it in there. Their partner isn't doing the baskets, they're doing the chambers. They've got a specimen on there, and they're going for a second. Very efficient scoring all day on those chambers by the Aztecs. Red Alliance, I don't think, has a way of getting into the baskets, but they both are very good at pushing them into the net zone. I see 3 already, and there's a lot more that look like they're on the way. Bionic Dutch scooping one up from the red side of the field. It's a neutral element, though, so they have a right to that. They're going to go place that in the high basket. Got lined up, and they've got it in. 3 in the high basket for blue. 1 in the low basket as well. Aztecs continues what they do best, those specimens. That's number 3 on that high chamber. 10 points each. Bionic Dutch reaching into submersible for the first time. Looks like they're trying to reach. Oh, they've got a red one. That's the wrong color. They realize it, though. They're going to go back and try to get a blue or a yellow one, while their partner gets another on the high chamber. I don't know where they're finding all of these blue samples, but they have a lot of them. Robotics, with that funnel on the front of their robot, is shoving another one to the net zone. That's 7. Adds 8 as we enter endgame. Bionic Dutch adds another one to the high basket, though. A lot of scoring by our Blue Alliance. Very good at what they do, both teams. Aztecs shifting from their strategy of the specimens to now go and do a high basket. They're beginning to run out of time. We're going to see teams going for parks. Bionic Dutch trying to line up for another one at the end. They've got it in. Aztecs has parked. New Box has parked. And Bionic Dutch have also parked. A lot of action throughout that match. Let's hear it for those teams. Like we might have another match that exceeds 100 points. Haven't seen a lot of those today, but I think they'll become more and more common as we progress through the season. Really impressive that teams are already crossing that threshold in our very first meet. These teams haven't even had 2 months to work on these robots, and they're already scoring a lot of points. Our referees are discussing some possible fouls with the Red Alliance. Again, there's a very in-depth competition manual that details the rules these teams must follow. Let's see how that affected our scores, which are available now. Wait just a second here. Good. There we go. Blue Alliance with a score of 138 to 30. 95 points in teleop plus 30 points from fouls. I was told that those were 2 major fouls, each worth 15 points committed by the Red Alliance. In case you're wondering how those might have occurred, there are some strict rules that must be followed. I believe one was an infraction by the human player, and the other one was something to do with starting the autonomous period late. Over here on the second field, we've got 4 more teams set up for yet another thrilling match. Qualification match 20, I believe, is all ready to go. Let's introduce our teams on the Red Alliance. Starting off at the front of the field, we have team 18200, Martinsdale St. Mary's Techno Devils. And their partner is team 22189 Fire. Moving over to blue, one of our rookie teams is team 26192 Heat Waves. And their partner at the back of the field is Team 9974 Thor. All right, looks like our refs are set. Red Alliance, are you ready? They're excited. Blue Alliance, are you ready? Loving the enthusiasm. Our scorekeeper is ready. So let's begin in 3, 2, 1, go! Both blue robots move very quick. I see a red one as well. Looks like Thor has tried to drop a sample into that net zone, and Martinsdale St. Mary's has done the same. Oh, now we've got all 4 robots moving. Looks like we've got 2 parks. Thor has successfully dropped that one in the net zone. Looks like we're going to have a 5-5 tie here at the end of auto. Those samples in the net zone will count again, though, so this should be 7-7 when we start teleop.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Teleop has begun. Fire is doing what they've done in every match, is zipping over with that preload specimen to go for the high chamber. Looks like they're trying to get line up. Meanwhile, Blue, though, knows what that strategy is. They know they have to get some quick points to counter it. Fire gets that one in the high chamber. Thor's got one in their robot. They're going to try to go for a basket, it looks like. They're moving around trying to figure it out. That swerve drive might be giving them some problems. It's a little fast, but it's also hard to control. Looks like Fire going for the high chamber. They've got a second one getting lined up, while their partner, the Techno Devils, is going for one in the low basket. All right, and we've got some scoring finally by the Blue Alliance. Heatwaves gets one in the high basket. However, Fire's looking to strike back with that second one in the high chamber. They've got it. Heatwaves has a bunch of loose samples there at the back of the field. They're going to use that rotating intake mechanism to try to suck them up. We're still struggling to move around a little bit. They've got that sample in their robot. They just can't seem to score it. They've tossed it into the net zone. Their partner, though, is able to do the baskets. That's the Heatwaves, and they're going for another one up top. They've got it. Red Alliance matches, though, although it's with one in the low basket, which is worth just a little less. However, they've got those now 3 specimens on the high chamber, which are making a big difference in this match. Thor is trying to pick up another sample. Looks like it might be jammed in their into the end game. They're swinging that arm back and forth to try to get it out. I don't know if they can, though. Moving around a little bit, but I think it's stuck. We've still got scoring by all our other teams, though. Heatwaves is trying to go up top for another. They've got it. Fire's got 15 seconds to try to get another one on the high chamber. We're going to hopefully see some parks or hangs here as we enter the last 10 seconds. Fire gets another one on the high chamber. Looks like Heatwaves is parked. Techno Devils are parked. Thor doesn't get there quite in time, nor does Fire. A lot of action on both sides. Looks like our scores should be ready to go. They're going to go ahead and post them on the scoreboard. Our robot's got the sample, placing it in the chamber. Let's see what the returns. It's going to go red this time with a score of 66-36. That moves Fire into 3rd place behind their 58 points in the teleop period. We've got a very great volunteer crew helping move our teams through quick. While that last match was being played, we already had robots getting set up here on field 1 for qualification match number 21, I believe. Yes, 21. Let's announce our teams for the Red Alliance, where we have 3609, the Polar Technics. And team 25-957, the Quantum Igniters. Over on blue, standing at the front, we've got team 16736, the Atomic Narwhals. And their partner is team 22187, Air. Also, could I have the media members at the front of the field please kneel or sit down, just so everyone in the audience can have a great view of this match. Thank you very much. All right. Okay, Red Alliance, are you ready? Quantum Igniters, you good to go? Sweet. Blue Alliance, are you ready? That's what I love to hear. Our scorekeeper is ready. So let's begin the match. In 3, 2, 1, go. The 3 robots moving in auto. Looks like we got a nice scoring attempt by Air, which was successful onto that high chamber. Looks like they're going to go maybe try to park. Yep, they've got that level 1 ascent just by touching that bar. The Quantum Igniters have parked in the observation zone for 3 points as well. Blue's going to have a bit of an edge thanks to that specimen, but this should be a very tight match in the teleop period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All 4 robots quick to start moving. A lot of them already have samples or specimens in their robot that are ready to score, such as the Narwhals, who have already gotten that one on the high chamber. They struggled a bit in their first couple matches, but their last few, they've been very, very good at scoring them onto that high chamber. Their partner, Air, going for one in the low basket. That's what they do best. Narwhals moving around. They're getting lined up to that specimen. Although the human player is not allowed to reach into the field while the robot is in the observation zone, they can touch the clip and slide it back and forth like you see them doing now to get it lined up. And just like that, they pick up another. That's going to be number 4 if they can get it to stick on, which they do. There's a lot of loose samples at the front of the field over on the red side. Quantum Igniters looks like they might be trying to pick some of them up with their claw, get them in the baskets. Might be having some difficulties, though. They're trying to make a decision. Narwhals have a yellow specimen, a yellow sample with a clip on it. However, that does not classify as a specimen. It has to be either red or blue. And they decide to drop it out of their robot. While Air has one on their robot as well. They're going to go for the low basket. Meanwhile, on red, we've got some possible communication issues. Quantum Igniter's arm might be stuck. I can tell they want to pick up those samples, but they just can't get them. Narwhals place a yellow sample with a clip on it into the end game. Air looks like they're going for a hang. They might have a part that's kind of hanging by a thread, but their hook is still going to be able to get on there. Let's see if they can get up in the air like they do in most matches. They're going for it. They're pulling up. They're up in the air. Looks like Polar Technics might be going for a hang as well. Narwhals is parked. 3, 2, 1. Controllers down. It looks like we had one blue robot hanging with a level 2 ascent, one in the observation zone, and one red robot with a level 1 ascent. At first I thought it was 2 because the Quantum Igniters are touching the bar at the back of the field, but that's actually the bars that are for the Blue Alliance. So unfortunately they do not get the 3 points for a level 1 ascent. Been talking with our referees. It sounds like those yellow samples with clips may or may not score in the basket and in the net zone. They're trying to decide right now. We'll have to consult the rule book and our head ref to be sure. Like we've got some heavy discussion going on with the Red Alliance. I believe that has to do with the fact that air was hanging at the back of the field, and one of the red robots went to touch those blue bars by accident. I'm not sure how that'll get scored, but we'll find out when the scores get posted. All right, we had a lot of discussion on both sides of the field with all four of our teams, just making sure we know what the rules are and that everything was done right. But we're ready for our scores now, so let's turn our attention to the boards. We're going to put the yellow sample in. This match is going to be blue with a score of 137 to 23. Blue Alliance takes it, moving the Narwhals into second and air into fifth. A very high score that was added to even more by 25 points worth of fouls committed by the Red Alliance. Moving back over here to field 2, we're ready for qualification match number 22. Where on the Red Alliance, we'll start off with team 18397, Aztecs. And their alliance partner is team 24438, Create the Future. Then representing our blue alliance, we have team 4443, the Sock Monkeys. And their alliance partner is team 7823, Roadrunner Robotics. Like our teams are done setting up from what I can tell. Getting their autos all configured, making sure they're ready to score some serious points for this match. I'm seeing some thumbs up. Sweet. Red Alliance, are you ready? Awesome. Blue Alliance, are you also ready? Our scorekeeper is also ready, so we're going to start the match in 3, 2, 1, go. I see movement by both robots on red. Aztecs places one on the low basket. Create the Future, content to park in the observation zone for 3 points. I think Aztecs is going to do the same. We saw them earlier. They're going to get 3 points by doing a level 1 ascent, which is just touching that first bar. And they've done so successfully. Red Alliance scoring points in 3 different ways here in this autonomous period as we draw to a close.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Tally-up has begun where we've seen most of our action today. Looks like one of our teams might be having some connection issues. We'll have to see if the FTA can help them out. It sounds like they think their battery disconnected. That's very unfortunate. Teams are not allowed to reach into the field due to a safety hazard that is posed by it. Red Alliance trying to scoop up those samples on the field before they're gone. There's not too many of them that are outside the submersible. Ooh, Create the Future does a little wheelie there. Bit of a balancing act, but they're able to get back on their wheels. They've got a sample in their robot. They're going to do what they do best and try to place a 4th sample into that low basket. Their partner, the Aztecs, prefer those red samples. And the reason for that is because those are the ones they can turn into specimens by adding a clip to them. Looks like they're trying to get lined up on that one so they can take it over to the observation zone, add a clip to it, and then score it on the chamber, which they've done twice in this match already. Over on blue, where we only have one active robot, unfortunately, we've got Team 7823 trying to push some samples into the net zone, but it looks like they just had a wheel fall off. It's a little hard to see from the audience, but I've got a good look at it. Looks like it might have just come loose. So it looks like our main two robots right now are just the ones on red. We've got Create the Future reaching into the submersible, trying to get some samples sifted out. They were able to kick one out. Looks like they're going to go pick that one up now, as their partner gets a fourth on that high chamber. The end game has begun. We're going to see these teams continue to score samples and specimens, but they can also go for those hang points. We haven't seen a lot today, but Create the Future is pretty good at that from what we've seen before. Aztecs, that's the first one in the high basket this match for the Red Alliance. Create the Future, looks like they're trying to get up. They are up in the air. Looks like Aztecs might be as well. They're going to go for it. Looks like Create the Future is good to hang, while Aztecs is just touching the bar. And that is the end of our match. Controllers down. We saw some great teamwork by our Red Alliance that currently has resulted in 78 points for them. Referees are currently double checking to make sure that they were given all the points that they rightfully earned throughout the course of that match. Very clean match. Our scores are already ready, so we're going to go ahead and post them for you. The Red Alliance with a score of 100-2. Very nice score by the Red Alliance. We haven't seen a lot of matches over 100, but that's a really good score to see this early on. Our wonderful volunteer crew has already beat me over here to Field 1, so while they're helping our teams get set up and ready for this match, I'll introduce the teams for you. At the front of the field, on the Red Alliance, we have Team 13085, Bionic Dutch. And their alliance partner at the back of the field is Team 22189, Fire. Their opponents, representing our Blue Alliance, one of them is Team 10435, Circuit Breakers. And last, but also not least, is Team 18200, Martindale St. Mary's Techno Devils. Looks like our field is set. I'm seeing thumbs up. Red Alliance, are you ready? Let's go. Blue Alliance, are you ready? Yeah. All right. Our scorekeeper is ready, so let's begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go. Circuit Breakers been very impressive in auto all day. They've got one on the high chamber. Looks like they're content to just park in the observation zone for this match. Bit of a different strategy. That might have been to complement their partner's auto. Martindale St. Mary's Techno Devils went and placed one in that net zone underneath the baskets. We also saw a park there from Fire towards the end of the match. Or the end of auto, excuse me. Like that's all the scoring we're going to see today.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And yet another teleout period has begun. I'm seeing some blazingly fast robots. Bionic Dutch and Fire are both very speedy for red, getting one in the high chamber and one in the high basket. Some very phenomenal accomplishments by these robots. Blue's trying not to be outdone, though. I'm seeing a low basket attempt by the Techno Devils at the back of the field. They've got it. Their partner, Circuit Breakers, got one on the high chamber. Indeed, they do. Fire says, we're not going to be outdone, though. We're going to match you. They're going for another one as well. Bionic Dutch, though, one of the best high basket teams we've seen today. They have 3 in there. I saw the first one just miss the second and third. They've been too quick. Techno Devils matches with one in the low basket. Not as many points, but that can still make a big difference in the end. Bionic Dutch going for their 4th in the high basket, while Circuit Breakers goes for their 4th, but on the high chamber. Fire striking back with a 3rd on the high chamber. These teams are truly duking it out. We've got teams going back and forth on the high chambers and in the baskets. This is going to come down to the very end to determine a winner. Circuit Breakers is going for number 5 on the high chamber, while their partner gets another one in the low basket. Fire has grabbed another specimen from that observation zone. They're going for another high chamber. That would be their fourth, totaling 40 points. We're approaching the end game, and these teams are showing no signs of stopping, scoring all over the place. Circuit Breakers misses the high chamber. At 4 specimens on their high chambers. Like, there's another one in the low basket for blue, and another one on the high chamber for red. This is going back and forth. We only have 15 seconds left. It's going to come down to these last-second efforts. Circuit Breakers going for their 5th specimen on a high chamber. They've got it clicked in. We've only got 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Controllers down. We saw a few last-second parks by all of our teams. Those could prove crucial in determining the outcome of this match. Currently a 36-point lead for red. That just changed to 26, actually. We'll have to see what that ends up being in the end. Both alliances were dead even with those specimens in teleop. Although red had a lot more in the high basket, blue had a lot more in the low basket. Let's see how that played out. Our scores are ready. Let's take a look. Could be interesting. What are those going to be? Looking like red. Our score is 115 to 89 in favor of red. Almost all of that was in teleop, all but 3 points. One of the best teleop performances we've seen all day, and that puts Bionic Dutch in first and Fire in second. After that amazing match, I'm really excited to see the match over here that we've got ready on field 2. I'll start by introducing our Red Alliance teams, where we have team 14568, Norwalk Robo Warriors Gold. And their partner, the rookies, is team 26192, Heat Waves. Representing the Blue Alliance, at the front we have team 18527, PCM Alchemists. And at the back of the field, we've got team 21718, the Unga Bunga Bongos. All right, I've got the thumbs up from our refs. Red Alliance, are you ready? Awesome. Blue Alliance, are you ready? A little more enthusiasm. Let's go. Are you ready to win this match? Awesome. All right, our scorekeeper is ready, so let's begin the match. In 3, 2, 1, go. Like Heat Waves is going to go park in that observation zone. Their human player's already getting ready for teleop by snapping a clip onto that sample. Very good thinking ahead. I'm curious to see if that Norwalk Robo Warriors Gold robot starts moving. They've fooled me before, but they often just delay their auto. You might have seen what happened over there. They are not allowed to touch their gamepad during the autonomous period unless they're just stopping their auto.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right. Not a lot of scoring there on our autonomous period, but I've got a feeling that's going to change here in teleop. The PCM Alchemists, with their very big lift system, they're going over to try to get a specimen. Maybe on the high chamber, maybe the low chamber. I'm not quite sure yet. We'll have to wait and see. Their partner, though, trying to suck in one of those samples off the floor. Red is also going for the baskets, except they're going for high, where the Heat Waves have just placed one, and their partner gets a high chamber specimen. 18 quick points for our Red Alliance. Bunga Bunga Bongos was going for one in the low basket there, but accidentally went out of the field. They've got 3 more samples right in front of them, though. They've got plenty more opportunities to score. And it looks like Heat Waves is going for another one up top on red. Their partner already got another high one on the chamber. Oh, looks like it just fell short. They're still getting 2 points from that one being in that taped off net zone, though. So still getting some points, just not as many as they were originally going for. The Unga Bunga Bongos have one in their grasp, as does their partner, the PCM Alchemists. Unga Bunga Bongos has a sample, whereas the Alchemists have one with a clip, which is a specimen. Looks like they're going to go for the low chamber. Haven't seen that a lot today, but they look like they're ready for it. They've got it lined up. They're just going to try to suck that back in and clip it on. As Unga Bunga Bongos gets one in that low basket. Blue Alliance taking a little bit time, but they've started to get some points as we enter the end game. They just got one on that low chamber as well. Heatwaves is going for another on red in the high basket as their partner, Norwalk Robo Warriors Gold, gets a fourth on the high chamber. Heatwaves going again to the top. They've got it. Oh, getting a little stuck on the basket there. They're trying to get out. We've only got less than 10 seconds. Teams are going for hangs. 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Controllers down. Throughout the course of the day, we've seen that some teams are really good at specific strategies. For example, I've noticed that Norwalk Robo Warriors Gold doesn't really score in the baskets very often, but that doesn't matter because they are really good at getting those specimens on the high chamber. They've got 4 of them right now in this match. Their partner, the Heatwaves, has also placed a couple up in that high basket. Those are worth 8 points each, also worth quite a bit. Although it is hard to reach all the way up there, they're definitely benefiting from it. Referees are finalizing our scores here. Looks like we've got the all good signal now, so let's see what the scores were for that match. Sample is in. Doing a little analysis. It's going to go to the Red Alliance with a score of 75-20. Red Alliance takes qualification match 24. Norwalk Robo Warriors Gold moves up into 4th for today's meet. Heatwaves into 9th. We're getting down towards the end of our event for today. Believe we've only got, is it 6 matches left? All right, 6 matches left today. 3 on each field. Let's start by introducing the teams for qualification match number 25. Representing the Red Alliance at the front of the field is team 9974 Thor. Their partner is team 6147 Nubotics. On the Blue Alliance, at the front, we've got team 24358 Metallum Ultorum. And at the back of the field, dressed in purple, is team 12783 Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple. Looks like all 4 robots are set. I don't see any hands on our controllers. I've got a thumbs up from our ref. Red Alliance, are you ready? Over here, hello. Red Alliance, are you ready? There we go. Blue Alliance, are you ready? That's the spirit I'm looking for. Our scorekeeper is ready, so let's begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go. All 4 robots moving. Another great feat for this match. Looks like our biggest scoring attempt is going to be by Norwalk. They've got one there in the high basket. 8 points for the Blue Alliance. Looks like Nubotics has parked in the observation zone, and Thor has dropped a sample there in the net zone. I think all of our scoring is done for this auto period. Currently has us at a score of 8-5, although that sample that Norwalk scored will count again at the end of teleop.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, our 8-second transition period has ended. Drivers have picked up their controllers, are trying to get some of those samples off the field and into the baskets. are attached to clips and onto the chambers. We've got 2 teams in front of each set of baskets. Thor for red has got one in their robot. They're trying to get it scored. Looks like they haven't transferred it to their claw yet. Same for Norwalk. They're trying to get it into their claw, but they're having some issues right now. Looks like we've got a team disconnected over on blue. Metallum Ultorum. They're in the observation zone, so if they stay there, they will get points at the end of the match. But right now, they are not moving. A lot of our scoring right now, our attempted scoring, is coming from Nubotics. They're shoving a bunch of samples over by that net zone for Thor to pick up. Norwalk finally got a grasp on one, though, and got it in the high basket. That makes 2 in the high basket for blue. Looks like Thor is having some issues with their depositing mechanism. They've got one sucked into their robot, but they just can't seem to get it in their claw. Don't know what that's about. Hopefully they can get it figured out, maybe with some help from their FTA. Looks like on the Blue Alliance, we got one in the high basket. Thor has finally matched it, though. They got it figured out. They've got a bunch more in front of them next to Nubotics. They could go on a scoring frenzy here if they play their cards right. That's 2. Norwalk's going to answer, though. They've got one on the blue side of the field. And they've got another one. We've got purple going back and forth with high basket samples as we enter the end game. Like Robo Wars Purple has had to go to the observation zone to get more, whereas Thor still has some sitting in front thanks to their partner Nubotics. They're having some issues picking them up once again, though. They just can't get that claw system to transfer. Approaching the end of this match. Only got a few seconds left. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Let's get a round of applause for those teams. Saw no scoring on the chambers this match, something we haven't seen much today, but we saw scoring in both high baskets. Scoring is already done for that match, so we're going to go ahead and see what the scores were. Like this one is going to be a little close. It's going to go towards our Blue Alliance, though, with a score of 51-25, propelling Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple into 4th place behind a 40-point teleop effort, plus 3 points for ascending at the end of teleop. With that, we only have 5 matches left. All of our teams from here on out are going to be playing in their last matches of the day. So if you're here supporting a specific team, I really want to hear you cheering them on and appreciating the effort they've put into these robots. Looks like our teams are mostly set up over here on field 2. Let's meet our teams on the Red Alliance. With their bot sitting at the front of the field, we have team 10435 Circuit Breakers. And their alliance partner is team 21718, the Unga Bunga Bongos. Their opponents representing the Blue Alliance, we've got team 3609, the Polar Technics. And their alliance partner is team 16736, the Atomic Narwhals. Looks like all 4 teams are set. We got some human players getting ready for the match. I've got a thumbs up. Red Alliance, are you ready? Love to hear it. Blue Alliance, are you ready? All right, we're waiting just a sec. We're going to fix the driver mat. Looks like it's shifted back a little bit. We want our drivers to be able to see their robots properly. Looks like our volunteer crew has gotten that all good to go. So our teams are back in the driver's boxes. Red Alliance, are you still ready? All right. Blue Alliance, are you ready? Awesome that we're still ready. Our scorekeeper is ready as well. So let's begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go. Circuit Breaker starts off with 1 on the high chamber. Blue getting some points, though, by parking in the observation zone. Circuit Breakers grabs another with that claw mechanism. They're going to go try to place that. Oh, looks like it got stuck in their tray in the robot. Looks like they were going to pick up a second one, then stop their robot. Good move by them. Otherwise, they might have incurred a foul for holding more than the allowed amount.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Alright, teleop has begun. Narwhal's speeding off. They already had that preloaded specimen in their robot. They quickly put it on the high chamber. Circuit Breakers got that sample to finally transfer. They got in the high basket. They're going to go look for some more. They see those red ones at the back of the field, and they want to turn those into specimens based off what they've been doing throughout the day. Looks like the Narwhals have already gotten 2 on the high chamber. They've been very good at putting specimens on the high chamber, so it looks like that's the strategy they're going to be going for during this match. They've got another one in their claw. They're moving over, trying to get lined up. They're going to clamp that one onto the high chamber. Another 10 points for blue. Looks like Red Alliance, Robot 10435, Circuit Breakers, might be having some issues with their robot. I can't tell for sure, but it looks like those horizontal slides might be stuck in the outward position, which seems to be preventing them from scoring in the baskets or on the chambers. While Blue's taking advantage of the opportunity, they just got a 4th on the high chamber, and their human players lining up a 5th for them. Are they going to be able to get it done? There's a lot on there. It's going to be hard to squeeze it in between. They've got it, though. Number 5 for Blue. 50 points earned via the specimens alone. Red Alliance hasn't done as much with the specimens, but they've been doing more with the baskets. I see 1 in the high basket on red and at least 2 in the low basket as well. The Narwhals lifting their lift up. They just placed 1 in the high basket for blue. First one of the match. We're in the end game now. Teams are going to have to start thinking about if they're hanging or parking at the end of this match. Narwhals, I don't think is going to do that, though. They're just saying, we want more in that high basket. We want to get as many points as we can. Multiple robots trying to get off the ground. Doesn't look like any are all the way yet. We've got 2 in the observation zones and 2 level 1 ascents. 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Narwhals did what they've done very well all day, and that's place on that high chamber. They had 5 on there. Seems like we've had a lot of teams using that as their primary strategy, and it seems to be working well for them. We'll have to see if any other strategies emerge throughout the season that might prove to be more effective, or maybe this is the most effective tactic available. We won't know, though, until our next league meet, which is in 2 weeks. So make sure you are in attendance for that, because it's going to be a lot of fun to see how these robots have evolved in just 2 weeks. And just a note, that second league meet here in 2 weeks will not be here. It will be in West Des Moines at Valley's Southwoods. If you don't know where that is, check your Google Maps. Or if you want to learn more, talk to Angie or Nikki, one of our Great League admins. They know what they are talking about. They are a great source of information. I've just been informed by one of our event organizers, Dean, that there will also be 24 FLL teams in attendance at our second league meet in 2 weeks. So if you want to see what First LEGO League is all about, which is a level below this for younger students, then feel free to come check it out and see what they get to do throughout their season and the robots they get to work on. Looks like there's some discussion going on our Blue Alliance about the results of the scores. Not sure what that entails, but it looks like our referees and teams have gotten it figured out. So let's see the score of the match. They're up. Yellow sample is in. It's going to be blue for this one with a score of 81-46. Atomic Narwhals moves into first place. We've seen a lot of movement at the top of the rankings. They're our newest team to be in the #1 spot, thanks to a 75-point teleop effort. We're quickly approaching the end of our event. This is going to be qualification match 27. We only have 3 left after this one. Let's meet the teams playing for their last time on the Red Alliance, where we have team 4443, the Sock Monkeys. And their partner, one of the 2 Norwalk teams here today, and one of the 2 playing in this match, is team 14568, Norwalk Robo Warriors Gold. On the Blue Alliance, their sister team and opponent for this match, this is probably a heated rivalry, is team 12783, Norwalk Robo Warriors Purple. Got some reminders for everyone to be graciously professional. Really appreciate that and the camaraderie amongst these teams. Let's not forget our last team up front, which is team 22189, Fire. All right, now the intros are done. I think we're all set. I'm seeing a thumbs up. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? That sounds good to me. Our scorekeeper is ready. So let's begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go. Not seeing a lot of movement yet, but I know some of these teams have been running delayed autos. Norwalk, though, they're not waiting around. They went for one in the high basket, but it just bounced short. Looks like their partner, though, Fire, they've slid over into the observation zone for 3 points. I know Norwalk's been running a delayed auto. Oh, and there it is, right on cue. They've slid into the observation zone as well. Looks like we're going to have a tied match coming out of auto. Excited to see what happens here.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, still tied coming out of auto. 3-3. Teleop will make the difference here, plus any possible fouls that could be committed. I'm sure these teams are going to be very careful not to do that, though. Looks like Norwalk Robo Warriors Gold went for one in the high basket, worth a lot of points, but accidentally dropped out of the field. Their sister team is going to try to do the same thing, but they suffer a different fate. Theirs has gone into the high basket instead of bouncing out. Very nice job. Looks like both Norwalk teams are grabbing the yellow samples off the field, trying to get them into the high baskets, while their partners are trying to grab out of the observation zones and do specimens on the high chambers. They're both going for it right now. Sock Monkeys already had one. They're about to get 2. They've got it. Fire trying to help the Blue Alliance effort. They've got one in their robot, but it looks like their lift might be stuck or something. They're going to go for the low chamber instead. Norwalk Purple putting one in the net zone. Their sister team tried to come steal a yellow one. Looks like Norwalk might not be able to place them in the baskets right now, but they're still able to suck them into their robot and spit them out into the net zone. 2 points at a time. Sock Monkeys doing a bulk of the scoring right now for the Red Alliance, though. They just clipped a third one onto that high chamber, and it went spinning around as it netted them an extra 10 points. Blue Alliance robots both have run out of samples, it looks like, laying around the field. They're going to both go into the submersible. Endgame has begun. We've got ourselves, looks like about a 28-point match right now, but scoring can always change at the last second. Sock Monkeys going for a 4th high chamber specimen. They've got it. That's going to be big for Red. Their partner's going for one in the high basket as we approach 10 seconds left. They've got it in there. Red Alliance doing some crucial last-minute scoring that could turn this match. 3, 2, 1. Sock Monkeys was going for a last-second specimen score, but just barely ran out of time. Currently, they've got the edge in this match, though, so it might not matter. We're going to have to see what our refs tally as the final score to find out who won that thrilling match. That was qualification match 27. We'll only have one more match on this field for the rest of the event. Looks like our scores are ready, though, for this match. Let's go ahead and see them. Bill sample is in. And to the red alliance with a score of 78 to 36. Red takes it, and Norwalk Gold moves into first. Again, we've seen a ton of variety there at the top. Yet another team moves into first behind a 72-point teleop. Looks like since we're running ahead of schedule again and some of our teams aren't yet ready for the next match, we're going to break for just a few minutes here, let them get ready, and then come back to finish our last 3 matches. I'd also like to remind everyone that please do not leave yet. When matches are done, we want to get a photo with all of the teams and their robots here in the gym. So you can go ahead and pack up your stuff in the pits if you'd like, but please stick around so we can get a photo with all the teams and their robots so we can remember this great event that we've had here. Looks like we're done with our break now, and we're ready to finish up these last 3 matches. These are all we have left until 2 weeks from now, where we'll have our second league meet at Valley Southwoods in West Des Moines. We're going to start with qualification match 28 over here on field 2. Right now, we've got all of our teams setting up. On the Red Alliance, at the front, we've got team 18200, Martinsville St. Mary's Techno Devils. And their alliance partner is team 6147, New Botics. Their opponents representing the Blue Alliance, we've got team 25957, the Quantum Igniters. And their partner is team 24438, Create the Future. Looks like the field is set, the robots are set. And thumbs up from our FTA, making sure all the teams are good to go. Create the Future, finishing setting up for their autonomous period. We'll have to see what they end up doing, whether they just run an auto or wait until teleop. All right, seeing thumbs up now all around. Red Alliance, are you ready? Awesome. Blue Alliance, are you guys ready? Great. Our scorekeeper is ready. So let's begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go. All 4 robots moving. Haven't seen that a lot today. Looks like we've got 2 parked in the observation zones. Martinsville St. Mary's has placed a sample in the net zone, as has 24438, Create the Future, and they are also parked in the observation zone now. Very successful auto for both sides. Red's going to be slightly behind entering teleop, but it's still going to be a very tight match.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Score is 10-7 in favor of blue coming out of auto. Teleop is going to make the difference, though. Looks like the Quantum Igniters had that one preload into their robot already. But now it seems to have fallen into the depths of their robot. We're going to have to see if they can get it out or not. Because until they get that out, they cannot pick up any more samples. All right, over on red, they've been very quick. That's the Techno Devils. They've gotten 2 in the low basket. They're going for another. Their partner New Box is chilling in the observation zone, but I don't know if they're able to move right now. Quantum Igniter's at the back of the field using the bar to do some gymnastics and get off of that sample. Although now it looks like they might be stuck on the bar. There they go. They're off of it now. Looks like their claw is still functional. They're going to grab that sample, try to drop it into that blue tray of theirs. There they go. If I know what they're going to do, they're going to try to go for one of those baskets. That's what they've been doing all day. They're going up high, dumping it in. There's 8 points for blue. Their partner at the front of the field, Create the Future, trying to suck up some of those specimens, maybe get them on the chambers. They haven't been successful yet, though. Quantum Igniter's already picked up another one very fast. Whoop, they've barely missed, but it is still in the net zone. That's still 2 points. Their partner's coming over and getting one in the low basket. We're approaching the end game. Red gets another one right on the edge of the low basket, but looks like 30 seconds left in this match. We are now in the end game. We've got teams, all of them, trying to grab some last-second samples. They know that they're going to need all the points because this is currently just a 5-point match. Less than 15 seconds left to go now. Create the Future's been great at hanging all day. Let's see if they can get it done. Martinsville St. Mary's Techno Devils trying to pick up one for the net zone. Get it in that low basket. They've got it while Create the Future is up in the air. That's going to conclude our match. Currently 11-point difference in favor of red. But I'm not sure if that blue robot hang has been counted yet. This could be very, very close. Our scores are ready. That tells me we probably had a very clean match, no fouls. Looks like this one's going to go towards, which is blue. 42 to 41, a 1-point difference. 1 point separating both of these alliances. It was truly that last-second hang and park by Create the Future and the Quantum Igniters that won them the match. After that thrilling match, I'm really excited to see what happens over here on Field 1 for our second to last match of the day. Let's meet our teams on the red side. Starting off, we have Team 18527, the PCM Alchemists. And their alliance partner in green is Team 9974, Thor. And their opponent representing the Blue Alliance, first off, we have Team 13085, the Bionic Dutch. And their partner, robot sitting on the back of the field there, is Team 7823, Roadrunner Robotics. Like we're all set. Red Alliance, are you ready? Thor, PCM, there we go, they're ready. Blue Alliance, are you ready? There we go, they were born ready. Our scorekeeper is ready, so let's begin the match in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we got 2 robots moving right now. Looks like Bionic Dutch has shifted over into that observation zone. Looks like Thor tried to, but I don't know if they're in right now. I cannot tell. It's only worth 3 points, so might not make a big difference in this match, but hard to say. Looks like our referees are trying to decide if Thor is in or not. Kind of doesn't look like it, but we'll have to find out what they decide.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Now we've got a lot more movement in teleop. All 4 robots moving as opposed to just 2 that we had in auto. Looks like Bionic Dutch, they've been great at that high basket. They've already got one in. PCM is lifting up high. They have a specimen preload into their robot. That means they're going for the chamber. Looks like Thor has transferred a sample. They've struggled a bit today, but they've got that one up towards the high basket, falling just short, but still into the net zone. One of their opponents, Roadrunner Robotics, coming to try and steal those samples. They are alliance neutral, so any team can grab the yellow ones. Thor going for another in the high basket. This time they're successful. 8 points for red. PCM still trying to get that one in the high chamber. They're getting lined up. They want to make sure it's worth their time and get that scored correctly. Bionic Dutch gets another in that high basket. They're up to 4 in there now, and they're about to grab another from the net zone. Thor matches, though, with another one in the high basket, and they're going to turn around and grab one from the net zone as well. It's like Roadrunner Robotics up at the front of the field trying to shove one of those yellow samples out from the wall so they can bring it over to Bionic Dutch, who's such a great scorer. They can get a lot of points if they work in harmony. Thor's got another one in their grasp. They're going for the high basket. We've got a great duel here between Thor and Bionic Dutch going for the high baskets. Thor's running out of yellow samples at the front. They're coming to the back. They're going to grab some red ones. They've got one in their grasp as we approach the end game. Bionic Dutch has really filled this rear blue basket. And they get number 7 as we begin end game. Thor strikes back with one of their own, though. This has been a very close match. Like we're still having some trouble picking up over on the Red Alliance, both Thor and PCM. Thor's got another one that they're going to go place in that basket. We got about 10 seconds left. Thor's going for it. So is Bionic Dutch. Thor's got it in. Bionic Dutch gets one in the low basket. There's not much time left. And controllers down. That's the conclusion of qualification match 29. We saw a lot of scoring in both of the high baskets in that match. Like we have 7 in the high basket on blue and 1 in the low basket. And then I think 4 or 5 over on red. Looks like blue currently has the edge, but you never know what kind of fouls or other scoring might not be currently counted. Looks like we're ready to go. Let's see what the scores were. Very great match. A lot of scoring on both sides. That's what we like to see. It's ultimately going to go to the Blue Alliance, though, with a score of 66-46. Great teleop effort by both teams, but Blue gets the edge and pushes Bionic Dutch into first place for the league. With the conclusion of that match, we only have one match left, sadly enough. So let's hope it's a good one, and I think it will be. Let's meet the teams in it. We'll start with red, where we have team 18397, the Aztecs. And their partner is team 24358, Metallum Ultorum. Their opponents on blue. At the front, we've got team 26192, Heat Waves. And their partner is team 22187, Air. As you know, audience, this is our last match of the day, sadly enough. We've made it through 29 and only have one to go. Remember to stick around for our team photo, and we will see you all in 2 weeks at our second league meet. Until then, though, I want to hear you cheering loud in this match for these final 4 teams. Let's see what they're made of. Are you ready? Come on, are you ready? There we go. Our field crew is doing some last-minute repairs of the submersible, making sure we're all good. They're getting out of the field now. I see some strategy discussion going on red. Let's see if they're ready. Like blue might be finalizing a few things. Looks like they're ready now. Red Alliance, are you ready? Blue Alliance, are you ready? Audience, are you ready? Our scorekeeper is ready. So let's begin the final match in 3, 2, 1, go. All 4 robots moving once again. We've definitely seen some auto improvement throughout the day. Aztecs gets one in the low basket. Looks like Air, not sure where they're going. Looks like they're going to go touch that bar, get a level 1 ascent. Looks like Aztecs is going to go for the same. They've got it. By both robots touching that bar, they get 3 points. The ones in the corners are also getting 3 points. Going to be a tight match at the start of teleop.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Only 2 minutes left of competition in today's league meet. These teams want to end on a high note and get a win that would really improve their ranking for the future. Heat Waves knows what that means, and they get one in the high basket. They want this win badly. Their audience is cheering loud. They're going for another one at the back of the field. Red Alliance, though, very quick. The Aztecs have been great at those specimens. Their human player just turned a red sample into a specimen. They're trying to pick another one up. Looks like Air, though, they're trying to help out the Blue Alliance. They've got one of those roller intakes, just like their partner, the Heat Waves. Aztecs finally gets one on that high chamber, though. Looks like both blue robots are struggling a little bit to pick up the samples right now, but they are able to shove them into the net zone. Aztecs is taking advantage of all the red samples available at the back of the field. They've put 2 on that high chamber, and they're trying to grab a 3rd off the ground. They're going to go push it into that observation zone. The human player is going to reorient it and set it up for them. Heat Wave strikes for blue. They've got 2 in the high basket now, and they've got another one that they're looking at the back of the field. We've got a minute, less than a minute left now in this match. Aztecs at the front, going for one in the high basket. 8 more points for red. Metallum Ultorum is helping them out by putting a bunch of samples underneath the basket in the net zone. Approaching the end game now. We've got ourselves a fairly close match. Red's got the advantage thanks to those specimens by Aztecs. Endgame has begun. Blue Alliance a little bit behind. Heat Waves goes for another one in the high basket. They've got it. Another 8 points for blue. Aztec strikes back with another high basket one, though. Looks like Air is going to go for a hang. They've been pretty good at that all day. Their partner content to go park. Aztecs and Metallum Ultorum maybe trying to score at the last minute. Air still going for that hang. Can they get there? 2, 1. Time is up. And that concludes our first league meet. Let's hear some cheering for these teams. We got some more good scores for our final match. They're up on the board now. Let's see who won that final match. The victory is going to the Red Alliance with a score of 83-40. Aztecs and Metal Motorum take it. Aztecs moves into third for the league. And just one final reminder to everyone, we're going to do a team photo here in the gym. So if you have your robots still, don't leave yet. We're going to get a photo with everyone's robots and all the teams.
Hey teams, is the I-35 coach in here? The Interstate 35 team? Anyone? Anyone? Yay! I have a phone. One of your students left a phone.